Hello everyone. Let me mute the game because that's confusing me. But hello, I haven't streamed in more than a week. Yeah, right, over a week. It's been like 10 days. Wow. I was supposed to play Stardew with Sailor last Sunday, and then I was having side effects from medication, which seemed like really serious at the time. You know, it was not a normal side effect. I was concerned for my life. Turns out it's nothing though. So I'm alive, I'm well, I'm healthy apparently. It was a stressful Sunday, and then I was out of town. I just got back, so I couldn't stream earlier this week either, so it is now Saturday. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. It was just a scary Sunday. Sunday was a bit rough, but I've been okay since Monday. Everything's good. I'm good. We're doing good. I hope everyone else is doing good. We're gonna continue Undertale today. I do want to attempt some silly voices today, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel about that. I might like try a few like I did last time. It was just like a one singular sentence and then give up. We'll see. We'll see. You know what I do want to try? I want to try doing that like deep voice that one little worm from the Trolls movie has. You know, that like little rainbow worm? And then there's like a meme or where it says like, I told you we need more glitter. I want to try doing an impression of that. I want to try doing that. But yeah, last time I beat Undyne. So we're just gonna continue where we left off with that. Scary Sundays, yeah, scary Sunday last week. The sparkly one, yeah, the sparkly one. The sparkly one. I have no knowledge of the Trolls movie except for singing "Kill My Grandma." There's like this little rainbow worm, and usually it just like it doesn't speak. It just makes this high-pitched meep voice, like meep sound. Just goes, you know? But then I don't know what happens. I don't think I've watched that specific Trolls movie, but like they cover it in like glitter or something so that it looks like a troll, and then they realize that like somebody comes in and they're like, okay, what is that? And then the little worm in a really deep voice goes, I told you we needed more glitter. And I want to attempt doing that. I don't know, should I attempt doing that? Should that be how we start today's stream? The worm that's always with the big blue troll. Oh, I should try it. Okay, let's see how deep I can go. I told you we needed more glitter. There you go. That's how we're starting today's stream. Fun. The glitter TikTok song is from, yeah, it's from the Trolls. It's from the Trolls. I have no idea how that sounded for stream. I have not heard like my voice that deep on a recording. I only know how it sounds when like I hear it myself. I have no idea what you guys heard. But there you go. That's my Trolls movie little worm creature impression. That is my little silly voice of the day. That's unrelated to Undertale. Okay, let me switch over. Boom. We have both Papyrus and Sans here. I don't remember if we had them both here before or if we just had Papyrus, but they're both here now. And we're in this like lava kingdom, kind of. I came from over here, right? Oh yeah, there was this like concerning alien creature thing here, and then Undyne collapsed back here, so I gave her some water. Yeah. Yeah. We're in like a little lava kingdom. I'm assuming I can't go this way. Undyne told us there was totally a human in the area. Yeah, that's me. So, like, us royal guards are blocking off the elevators for now. I don't know how to voice that. Even if the elevators aren't working anyway, we'll do our best, Miss Undyne. Undyne is going through it right now. Undyne is going through it. We left it off after the Undyne fight. Yeah. There's a lab here, and then I played after the stream, so I remembered your face. No, oh. Hello, mysterious creature. Hi there. Tra-la-la, I'm the riverman. Or am I a river woman? It doesn't really matter. I love to ride in my boat. Would you care to join me? Is this the right way or the wrong way? I want to go the wrong way. I don't want to progress because I want to go check out the lab too. Is this the wrong way? Or the correct way? Mettaton time soon? Ooh. Alright, I'll get to see your favorite character. I'm ready to see Megatron. Whatever you say, Jack. Whatever you say. This is just for fast travel? Ooh, wait. Where does it... Where did... Oh! Okay. Can I say no? Can I... No? I can't say no. Okay. I guess we're going. Alright. Let's go, mysterious person. I love how much we stand out with like the colors. My character is so vibrant. I heard spiders have a favorite food. It's spiders. Okay. Alright. Do spiders eat spiders? I think ants eat ants because I've seen ants like murder each other. Like dismember each other. But I don't know if spiders do that. I have seen ants do it. They dismember each other and then carry the pieces back to their little dens. I don't know if spiders do that. Maybe. I mean, spiders eat other bugs, so I don't see why they wouldn't eat each other as well. Alright, thank you, little guy. I'm gonna go into the lab, which is probably a place I should not be. Yeah, I don't think they want me here. Oh, there's a spotlight on me. Nice. Yes, but spiders aren't bugs. Why not? Oh. Oh. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Okay. Somebody's spying on me on what looks like a giant TV with two remotes. I don't know. Can I look at this PC? Spider-Man taught me they're arachnids. I don't know what that is. Aren't they like aren't they all just insects? Like aren't they under the same little category? It's too dark to see near the walls. I mean, I'm not trying to look at the wall. I'm trying to look at the PC. Is that dog food? Okay, yeah, I get it. You can't see anything. Okay. Can you... Oh, wait. Go back. No, there was still stuff I wanted to see. You look like the kid! You look like the stupid kid! Are you the stupid kid's mom? Or dad or whatever? Are you two related? Are you related to the stupid kid? Also, what happened to the kid? I don't remember what happened to the kid. I hope they're alive. Oh my god. I didn't expect you to show up so soon. I haven't showered, I'm barely dressed, it's all messy, and... Hi. Untai's future girlfriend? Okay. Hi. I'm Dr. Elphys. I'm Asgore's royal scientist. Royal scientist? Wow. But, I'm not one of the bad guys. Actually, since you stepped out of the ruins, I've, been observing your journey through my console. Yeah, I saw. That is very concerning, actually. Yeah. Your fights, your friendships, everything. I was originally going to stop you, but watching someone on a screen really makes you root for them. So now I want to help you. Using my knowledge, I can easily guide you through Hotland. I know a way right to Asgore's castle, no problem. Well, actually, there's just a tiny issue. A long time ago, I made a robot named Mettaton. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna have to fight this thing, probably, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Originally, I built him to be an entertainment robot. You know, like a robotic TV star or something. Anyway, recently I decided to make him more useful. You know, just some small practical adjustments. Like, anti-human combat features? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Do you hate me? Please tell me this isn't harder than the other fights I've had to do. Of course, when I saw you coming, I immediately decided I have to remove those features. Unfortunately, I may have made a teensy mistake while doing so. And, now he's an unstoppable killing machine with a thirst for human blood? Great. Great news. Great news. Don't me, no, don't. But, hopefully we won't run into him. Oh, we most certainly will. Oh, we will. Watch him drop in through the roof right now. Oh, I think he is actually coming. Okay. he might be on his way right now. Did you hear something? I did. Yeah, yeah, he's coming. He's on his way. Oh boy. Oh yes. Welcome, beauties. Oh, are you Mettaton? To today's quiz show. Let's go! Are we actually gonna do a game show? Wait, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh boy, I can already tell it's gonna be a great show. Everyone give a big hand for a wonderful contestant. Oh my gosh. Never played before, gorgeous? No problem, it's simple. There's only one rule. Answer correctly. Okay, I'll do my best. Or you die! Best game show in the entire universe. Welcome. Okay, great. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. I just got out of a fight. I literally just got out of a fight. Don't do this to me. Oh my gosh. Let me catch up on chat before I, get murdered. Wait. I gotta scroll back. The fight is a good ways off, but you will eventually. Okay. That's good to know. At least it's not too bad, I guess. I rage quit when fighting Metaton last time. Oh boy. I summoned him with the Metaton shrine I have in my room. Hey, baby girl. Okay. Alright. Metaton attacks. Okay, Metaton! I'm gonna sob. Screaming is against the rules. Okay. Let's start with an easy one. What's the prize for answering correctly? Mercy. Oh my gosh. Mercy is not the answer. Also, my tracking is messed up. Hold up. Let's fix my tracking. Hold up. Alright. Yeah, there we go. My tracking's working properly. What can I say? I like murderous robots. Can you like robots that are like less murderous, maybe? Elphys tells you the answers, by the way? Oh? Really? Wait. The quiz show continues. Try again. Here's your terrific prize. What's the king's full name? A C. Oh, she does tell me the answers. I did not read the answer though, so... If you ask again, I have no idea. Okay. Let's talk about me. What are robots made of? Metal? Metal and magic. Here's another easy one for you. Two trains, train A, train B, da. The answer is this. I don't know what the question was. Don't count on your victory. Interesting. How many flies are in the store? Okay. I thought that was a trick question. It's not, thankfully. Let's play a memory game. What monster is this? Frogget? Metaton? Really? That is a trick question. That's a trick question. Thank you, Elphys. But can you get this one? Would you smooch a ghost? Heck yeah. Great answer, I love it. Is Metaton a ghost smoocher? Here's a simple one. How many letters in the name see. I don't know. Metaton, but with a lot of N's. Am I supposed to keep doing this? I assume so. Time to break out the big guns. In the dating simulation video game Mew Mew Kissy Cutie, what is Mew Mew's favorite color? In the fourth chapter, Aaron goes to the beach to see by his ice cream flower, but it's snail failure and oh my gosh. It's actually a very powerful message about friendship. And you aren't helping our contestant, are you? Oh, you should have told me. I'll ask the question. You'll be sure to know the answer to. Who does Dr. Elphys have a crush on? Undyne. Yeah! Let's go! Thank you, Shroom! Thank you, Shroom, my savior! Thank you! Let's go! Oh my gosh! See, Elphys? I told you it was obvious. Even the human figured it out. Yes, she scrawls her name in the margins of her notes. She names programming variables after her. She even write stories of them together. Sharing a domestic life. You did! You did save me! I'm forever grateful to you and your shipping. Probability of crush, 101%. Margin of error, 1%. Well, well, well. With the Dr. Alphys helping you, the show has no dramatic tension. We can't go on like this. But, this was just the pilot episode. Next up, more drama, more romance, more bloodshed. Until next time, darlings. Oh my gosh, I love Mettaton. I see why you like Mettaton stream, because I love Mettaton. Alphys writes fanfic, yes. Self-insert fanfic. Alphys writes self-insert fanfic. Alpha's the full fandom freak. I love her so much. Wait till you see the anime she's into. She's into anime? Anime exists in the underground hole there, and yeah, apparently. Apparently it does. Well, that was certainly something. Yeah, I was about to die. Oh, I'm so silly. Oh, wait. Oh, she walks so cute. Let me give you my phone number. Then maybe if you need help, I could... Oh, where'd you get that phone? It's ancient. It doesn't even have texting. Wait a second, please. Okay. Is she making a phone from scratch? I upgraded it for you. It can do texting, items, it's got a keychain. I even signed you up for the Underground's #1 social network. Now we're officially friends. Oh boy, let's go. I don't know how I feel about making friends. Are you done? I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. Alright. Is she still spying on me? Yeah. It's a video feed of your location. Great. Great. Hello, little Foxy. Thank you so much for the lyric and redeeming your daily tulip. It's a computer. It's accessing some kind of puzzle in Snowden. Ooh? Oh, the papyrus puzzle? The one that I, had to go through at some point? The fridge is filled with instant noodles and soda. Take a package of noodles? Yeah, I'm gonna steal. Yay! I stole noodles from Alphys. It's a bag of dog food. It's all full. I wonder if there's a dog somewhere around here. She went this way, right? Oh no, she did not go that way. That is not where the bathroom is. This is where Mettaton came through? I can't go in there. Okay. This is her lab. I don't know if I can go in there. No, I can't. I want to try going up the escalator. Oh, no. Oh, maybe that's the one for coming down. If the noodles are from Alphys, you should probably check if they're spiked. Why would you keep spiked noodles in your own fridge? Scientific books, they seem very dusty. Oh, that's some goop I see over there. Pink goop drips from a strange machine. Yeah. Is that the anime she's into? Cat girls? Pink cat girls? Looks like Alphys is a work table. Seems dusty. No, I wanna talk about the poster. Oh my gosh. The wardrobe is full of dirty lab coats and a single clean dress. It's a lamp with pink fish on the lampshade. There's no light bulb. Is that a block of ice? An incredible invention. When not in use, this bed falls into an extremely easy to draw box. Okay. Alphys would do it? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like she would throw it out if it was spiked. It's a promo poster for Mettaton's TV premiere. On the flap it says, "Thank you for making my dreams come true." Mettaton is like an idol. Oh my gosh. I wonder... Probably not. I hope someone makes like a Mettaton VTuber model in the future and like debuts with it. Or like a Mettaton inspired model. I know we have like robot VTubers, but like specifically Mettaton, like, you know? I hope that happens. I hope that happens in the future. Okay, I have seen everything. I can... I've been everywhere I can go on the left side, so let's head out the right side. Alphys updated status. Just realized I didn't watch Undyne fight the human. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm trying to open my phone. How do I do that? Oh, like this. Okay. Stat cell. Dimensional box. Okay. Thank you for redeeming your tulip shroom. Let me call Toriel if I can. I can't. Can I call Papyrus? Hotland, huh? I know it like the back of my hand. Which, since I'm always wearing gloves, I don't know anything about. Great, thank you, Papyrus. Very helpful, thank you, Papyrus. Thank you. What is dimensional oh. Wait, go back. And then what is dimensional box B? Huh? I don't understand. Can I just, like, put stuff in the box and then take them out, even though I'm not at the box? Those are storage you can access from everywhere? They're so good. When did I get that? Okay. That's good to know. I wish I had that when I was panicking about the dog. The dog we went back for. Well, I know she's unbeatable. I'll ask her about it later. Okay. What? What are you gonna ask about? I was there with you 2 seconds ago. Well, for now, I gotta call up the human and guide them. Alphys upgraded your phone. Didn't she say see? I can't. I'm thirsty, so I can't speak. But I got like soda instead of water, so it doesn't even help. Didn't she say she added like texting and stuff? Did I also get storage? What is this place? Oh. Hello, Vulcan. I can't just oh, you know what? I should have saved because I'm missing 10 HP. Can I hug you? I give Vulcan a hug. It warms your heart and your whole body. Ouch, your defense dropped. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Can I leave? I can. Nice. Wait, no. No, go back. Okay. Okay, it's fine. Let me see if there's a checkpoint. Oh. I'm gonna call them in a minute. Call me. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, no. I'm going back. I'm gonna go back to get my HP up. And then we can continue and do whatever we gotta do. Alright. I love the music in this lab, by the way. It's so fun. I love it. Okay. Let's keep going this way. I'm gonna turn off my light because it makes me feel hot. I don't like that. I don't like that. My tracking gets a bit wonky if I turn off my light because it's like evening here, so lighting isn't good. And I also wear glasses, so it does struggle to track a little bit, but I prefer mediocre tracking to burning, to melting away. Shroom, why are you using the fritters command? Why are you using... Excuse me? That is a whole plane. You're telling me there is a tsundere plane. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright. Not on purpose or anything. I'm gonna flirt with you. You tell tsundere plane it has a powerful rudder. Rudder? I can't speak. Oh my gosh! Chill! Okay. Okay, that did not work. That did not work. Flirt? Maybe if I flirt with you enough, you'll like get embarrassed and run away. Maybe. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Help. Okay. I don't think that's helping though. Wait, go back. Mercy? No. Try doing approach. But not too close. Ooh, okay. Hello. Oh my gosh. Why are you green? Why are these planes green? I gotta approach her? Am I supposed to just approach or approach and then flirt? I'm assuming approach and then flirt. We'll see. Cute winglets. Aw. Touch the greens? Why? Oh my gosh. Why would I touch the greens? Am I not supposed to dodge attacks? And then not move for blue? Because blue means don't. It's killing me! What do you mean touch it? It's killing me! Oh, I'm supposed to touch the green and then run away. Okay, I see. I'm gonna die trying to do this. It took me way too long to figure it out. I'm gonna end up dying. Okay, I got this. Oh my god. Okay, I think that means I've touched it enough. Oh. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, me going back did not help because I'm dying anyways. I'm still dying. That did not help. Okay. This is a really weird path. Oh, nice. The whooshing sound of steam and cogs that fills you with determination. Save. You could also just touch them from the sides. Less risky that way. Yeah, that would probably be better. I hate using the phone. I don't want to do this. What do you mean? What do you mean, Elphys? I don't know what Elphys is doing. Also, can I touch this? I feel like that's gonna kill me. It doesn't kill me. Nice. Okay, let's go on. Let's not go on that. Oh, you look scary. Hi, Pyro. Hi. Let me cool you down, maybe. Pyro's attack drop? What does that mean? Oh my god, I see what that means. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Smells like rope burn. Am I supposed to burn it or am I supposed to cool it down? Let's try to burn it up. Oh my gosh, you crank up the thermostat. I can't read swirly text. I'm not even gonna try. Oh no. Oh no, the artist. Oh gosh. Pyro once more heat. Okay, let's give you more heat. Let's get. Oh no, I don't like that. I don't like that. That makes my eyes hurt. Oh no. Oh no, I don't like this effect. Oh gosh. Yeah, no, not fun. Oh, are we done? Oh, we're done. Thank God. I hate that. That's not fun. Okay, I wanna go oh my god, I've had my claw over the last digit for 5 minutes. Oh my god, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna call. Why is she typing this on her status? Oh, okay. Hello. Click. Whoever was calling hung up before you answered it. That was definitely Elvis. Oh, I don't want to go there right now. Wait. Oh, can I not go this? Okay. I'll go back the entire way, I guess. Okay. We'll go this way, and then this way. Oh. Oh, there's 2 of them. Not because it's jealous Vulcan is paying attention to you. It doesn't really look like Vulcan is paying attention to me, but okay. I guess I'll approach you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Vulcan is making coffee in his crater? Interesting, okay. Let's approach you again. There you go. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Okay. Okay. I can spare you. And then I'll just run away from you as much as I can. Okay. Reassures you the plane turning tiny is like completely intentional. Okay. I don't remember how I fixed this last time. I hugged it, but that lowered my defense, so I guess I gotta encourage it? Its attacks become extreme? Why? Why? Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, nice. Nice. Okay. Does this just circle back? No. Oh, there's a pan over there. Wait, I want to see the pan. How do I go there? Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Nice. Pick that up. There's a fry pan lying on the ground. Will you take it? Yes. You're carrying too much? Okay, wait. Go to cell. Dimensional box A. And then put the dog residue in there. Put the snowman piece in there. Yeah. I think that's good enough for now. And then I can pick up the frying pan. You got the burnt pan. Nice. Nice. Okay. Let me go this way. Here we go. Now I can just go back. This way. And then up. Nice. Hi. So the blue lasers. I mean Alpha Seer. Hi. The blue lasers won't hurt you if you don't move. orange ones, you have to be moving, and you won't, move through those ones. Bye. I'm assuming she means I have to run through the orange ones. If I stop, they burn. And that's what I got. Claws haven't shook like that since Undyne called me to ask about the weather. Hello, Jay. Welcome. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Hello. Oh my gosh. Okay. Run. Stop. Wait, there's no weather down here. Why did she call me? Oh my gosh. I see why you shipped them, Shroom. Oh, oops. Oopsie. I thought I wasn't moving. Apparently I was. That's so hard. Wait. Oh, this is so hard. I don't like that. Oh my gosh. This is hard. Okay. Turn it off. Press it. The lasers were deactivated. Nice. Oh, my cat's here. Hello, Choo Choo. He's so fluffy. He's really, really, really fluffy. Doing good. Hope you're having a southern day. I'm doing good too, Jay. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Hello, TJ. Yeah, that's okay. TJ's good. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. There was a whole Megatron fight. Jack is back at it with the lies. Jack is back at it with the lies. Oh my god, I forgot to tell you. Oh, not me. Tell them where to go, because them is me. Oh. Cute pic of me right now. It's a photo of a garbage can with several pink glittery filters over it. Aww. Aww. She's cute though. Oh. The Alpha's here. The northern door will stay locked until you solve the puzzles on the right and left. I think you should go to the right first. What if I went to the left? I kind of want to go left just because she told me to go to the right, but also I want to listen to her, so... Oh, oopsie. Watch me not go anywhere. Okay, let's go. Oh shoot. So no spoilers, right? What if I just like name a random mod I've played? I would prefer not naming any mods or anything either. This is my first playthrough of the game, so I don't want anything at all to be spoiled. I basically don't know about this game apart from, you know, the stuff I've seen up to this point playing it myself. I'm trying to get Jack to play FNAF. A new FNAF game just came out, so yes, Jack, you definitely should. Also, Ultimate Custom Night is free, so like, you know. October is gonna be here in 2 months, so just saying. That's peak FNAF season right there. What the heck is Ultimate Custom Night? It's like, it has like pretty much every single FNAF character from every single game. And the jump scares are absolutely terrible, but it's free and it's just like the classic FNAF game where you gotta look at monitors and stuff. Mimi's word isn't the law. False. My word is the law, actually. The way to work is blocked, so I had time to catch Mettaton's show on my phone. Oh, oops, I skipped it. The special effects were amazing today. That human almost looked real. I was real. I mean, I am real. I'm still real. Mettaton, yeah, he's the most popular star in the underground. This fan club probably has at least 2, no 3 dozen members. I bet there's more. You can play FNAF 4. That is the scariest FNAF game in my opinion. Of course, an experienced viewer like me knows CGI when they see it. And that's not even counting me. Oh wait, they're talking about different stuff. Okay, yeah. They're talking about different stuff. I gotta go this way. Ooh, I'm an Abyss Mage! Thank you, Jay! Thank you for the Abyss Mage model. Wonder if it would be unfun if I explained the puzzle. Yeah, it would be. Yo, oh my gosh, okay. Look, cat? Is that a cat or just like a cat head? The door leading through the area is closed, so I tried the puzzle, but I kept running out of ammo and it kept restarting. And my 2 coworkers won't help. It's like they don't even want to go to work. I mean, yeah, nobody wants to go to work. Jack, you should play FNAF 4. You should play FNAF 4. Shoot the opposing ship. Move the boxes to complete your mission. Okay. Can I go there? No. Wait, oh. Oh, like this. Wait, how do I... Oh. Oh, that's how. What was I... Hold on. What was I supposed to do? I'm sorry. Shoot the opposing ship. Move the boxes to complete your mission. Oh. I understand. Go this way. And then... Oh, they move together though. Oh. How do I separate them so that... Oh, that's rough. How do I... No, but if I do that... Yeah, no. Neither of those work. Yeah. You can shoot? But there's a block blocking it. Oh! Oh. That was easy. Well, that was easy. Okay. Apparently, I wasn't supposed to get rid of both of the blocks, just one of the blocks. Okay. I'll go this way. Okay. Elphys. Not Elphys. Elphys here. That blue laser seems totally impassable. But, as a royal scientist, I have some tricks up my sleeve. I'll hack into the Hotland laser database and take it out. Couldn't you do that for the other ones too? I mean, thank you. Fun. Great. I'm gonna walk away for like 2 seconds to help my cat. I will be back in 5 seconds. Alright, we're back. We're back. I wish I had lemons. I wish I had lemons to a sweet... What do you mean, Jay? Why does Elphys seem nervous? I think she has anxiety. She seems really anxious to me. Especially about phone calls. I missed a whole FNAF discussion helping my brother. Damn. I didn't talk much about it 2 seconds ago, but... There's a new FNAF game, and it's different from like the other FNAF games, and it looks really cool. I haven't finished like watching a gameplay of it. I mean, I have watched gameplay of it, but like not the entire game yet, and it looks really cool. Again, yeah, but it's I think it's like It follows the story from one of the books, I think, instead of like the main franchise. What's it called? Into the Pit. Like Ball Pit? Into the Pit. It's like in this pixel art style, and you walk around and stuff. It looks cool. Into the Pit, yeah. That's the new FNAF game I was talking about. It came out like last week, 2 weeks ago? I'm not sure. It hasn't been long though. We were hanging out when suddenly a bunch of puzzles reactivated out of nowhere. This is a huge problem. There are rules. They've got to cancel school over this. You're so right. They should. They should cancel school over this. Can I talk to you? Finally, someone turned off that laser. Now that they're free, we can all, I guess we'll just keep standing here. Is this official? Yes, but it's not made by Scott or Steelwood. It's made by a different studio, but it is official. I don't think it's very clear if it like follows the canon of the games, because it's like it was turned into a game from like one of the stories, which, you know, doesn't exactly fit into the game's canon. However, it is official. It's not. Oh, oops. Not by like. Scott, Cawthon, or Steelwoods. That's a different studio. What about the Joy of Creation? I don't know what that is. I don't know what the Joy of Creation is. I think that's better news, not gonna lie. Scott does things. It does look really cool, yeah. I've seen like 2 hours of gameplay, I think, and it looks really cool. I wasn't paying a lot of attention, you know. I was doing stuff while watching it, but it looks cool, and it's very different from past FNAF games in a good way, I would say. It's different, but it's good, unlike some of the other recent FNAF games. It's a fan game with like support or something from Scott. The Joy of Creation? Whatever, I'll just explain it. Explain what? Oh. I think, hey, about the puzzles on the left and right. They're a bit difficult to explain, but, you already solved them? Awesome. Okay. Oh, oops. It says the Joy of Creation is a part of Fazbear Fanverse. Okay, then it's a fan game. It's a— ooh. Where am I? Why is it— Hey, it's kind of dark in there, isn't it? Don't worry. I'll hack into the light system and brighten up. Oh. Thank you, Elvis. Oh my god. Oh yes! Welcome, beauties, to the Underground's premiere cooking show. Cooking with a Killer Robot. I love that show. Best show. Preheat your ovens because we've got a special recipe for you today. We're gonna be making a cake. My lovely assistant here will gather the ingredients. Everyone give them a big hand. Thank you everybody. Thank you. We'll need sugar, milk, and eggs. Go for it, sweetheart. Alright. Sugar, milk, and eggs. I heard you. You found sugar. You found milk. You found eggs. Hi, I got your stuff. Sir. Metaton, hello? Hi. Great job! Just put them in the middle of this counter. Okay. That's not in the middle though. Perfect, great job, beautiful. We've got all the ingredients we need to bake the cake. Milk, sugar, eggs. Oh my, wait, a magnificent moment. How could I forget? We're missing the most important ingredient. Human? Is it human? Is it human? It's human. A human soul. Hi, Metaton. You don't look very friendly. Hello? I'm kind of in the middle of something here. Wait a second. Couldn't you make a... Couldn't you use a... Couldn't you make a substitution in the recipe? A substitution? You mean use a different non-human ingredient? Why? What if someone's... vegan? Vegan? That's a brilliant idea, Alphys! Actually, I happen to have an option right here. MTT brand always convenient human soul flavor substitute. A can of which is just over on that counter. It's a conveniently placed counter? Well, darling, why don't you go get it? Okay. Okay. A chainsaw and everything, yeah. That's the robot from Wallace and Gromit, a Grand Day Out. I don't know what that is. Oh, is it running away from me? Oh. By the way, our show runs on a strict schedule. If you can't get the can in the next 1 minute, we'll just have to go back to the original plan. So, better start climbing, beautiful. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. You don't know Wallace and Gromit? No. Maybe I do and I just don't remember it, but no. Oh wait, my cat is clawing at something he should not. 1 second. Okay. My cat like broke down a part of my door today, so that was fun. Maybe that hurt me. You're eating that voice up, not gonna lie. The Metaton voice? I like doing that voice. I do that voice in my daily life as well. You are watching Mimi Show. Welcome everybody. More than you can ever imagine. Are you talking about Wallace and Gromit? I don't know. You guys can like post a picture or something in the Discord and I can check to see if I know it. I don't know, it doesn't sound familiar though. Oh no, there's not enough time to climb up. Fortunately, I might have a plan. When I was upgrading your phone, I added a few features. You see that huge button that says jetpack? Watch this. Is that a candle? Oh no, that's a jetpack. Okay. Ooh. Oh, we're not going free yet. You should have just enough fuel to reach the top. Now get up there. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. Is he attacking me? Oh my gosh, he is attacking me. Damn. That's rude of you. That's rude of you, Metaton. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, I can go to the other side of the screen. Ah, that's good to know. Good to know. I don't think I'm gonna make it though. Oh yeah, I did not make it. My. It seems you've bested me. But only because you had the help of the brilliant Dr. Alphys. Oh, I loathe to think of what would have happened to you without her. Well, toodles! Alright. Oh yes, about the substitution. Haven't you ever seen a cooking show before? I already baked the cake ahead of time, so forget it. So, okay. Alright. Wait. Then he either killed someone before me or he used the substitute. It's up to interpretation. I don't know which one it was. You would love Grommet? Wait, did you post it in the Discord? Wow, we did it. We really did it. Great job out there, team. Well, anyway, let's keep heading forward. Okay. You did? Alright, let me something was glitching on the floor right there. Okay, let me check the Discord to see if I know what this is. Did you put it in chat room? Oh, I know what that is. I know what that is. I know what that is. I just didn't know the name. I've seen a couple episodes. An ominous structure looms in the distance. You're full of determination. Okay. Boom. Okay, yeah, that is an ominous structure. See that building in the distance? That's the core, the source of all power for the underground. It converts geothermal energy into magical electricity, but... Oh, not but, by. Anyway, that's where we're gonna go. In the core is an elevator directly to Asgore's castle. And from there, you can go home. Am I still trying to go home? I thought I was just vibing here. Am I not? You should play the Wallace and Gromit Telltale game? They have a game? They have a game? Also, I got Slay the Princess for the birthday stream because I am too scared to play like FNAF and stuff, so we'll just do Slay the Princess. I played the demo for it and there's like a teeny tiny, like very, very tiny jump scare in the demo. And I full on screamed, so we'll see how it goes with the full game. We'll see in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I'm not sure. Please select a location. Left floor 1, right floor 2. Is there no right floor 1? There's a cancel button. Is there anything out here? Can I go here? No. Okay. Let's go left then. Because, you know. Oh, this is right floor 1. I see. It says R1 at the door. Let's go to L1. You should play Lethal for your birthday. I need to find people to play Lethal with, though. I can't just play Lethal on my own. I gotta find people to play with me. Oh, did I circle back? Seems there's a strange laboratory in a place like this. You're filled with determination. Okay. Have I been here? Yeah, this is... Huh. Did I just go back? Oh yeah, I did just go back. Okay. Let's try R2, maybe? I've never played Lethal. Too scary. It is really scary. I don't leave the, ship, basically. I don't leave the ship. I just stay there and tell people where the monsters and stuff are to the best of my ability. I found content warning more scary because of that, because I can't just stay back. I gotta go in with everybody. Oh my gosh, you are tiny. What are you? I'm Heat's Flamesman. Remember my name. Okay. Okay, I'll remember. Heat's Flamesman? What was it? I don't know. What would I need to do to get you to play Darkwood? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what Darkwood is. But we got Sans over here. Hi, Sans. Hey, buddy. What's up? Want to buy a hot dog? It's only 30G. I mean... should I? Why not? Thanks, kid. Here's your dog. Yeah, dog. Apostrophe dog. It's short for hot dog. Thank you. I totally couldn't have figured that out myself. It's one of the best games of all time. Is it a horror game? Sans the Coco. Jay, why do you love Sans so much? Do you want to share? Why do you love Sans so much? It's crazy atmospheric survival horror. Oh no, I am not gonna survive that, okay? Atmospheric survival horror? I am not surviving. I'm not gonna make it out alive out of that one. The only character I know, he's funny. Papyrus is better. I prefer Papyrus to Sans. I love hot dogs. Hey, isn't it weird there's snow on that guy's roof? Guess he's just too lazy to clean it off. Don't question it. Don't question it. I wish it had co-op in some way because then we could figure it out. We could play like... what was that game? I have a couple co-op horror games in my wish list. I'm waiting for them to go on sale. But if they ever do, I'll share them with you. Toasty bun. Oh, that's... okay, that's the only thing you want to say. Great. Alright, let's see what we have over here. Dinner with the girlfriend. It's a picture of a cat girl figurine next to a bowl of instant noodles. Oh, I love her. Oh, I love her. She's one of us. Full Skeleton 95 posted a picture. Are we posting hot pics? Here's me and my cool friend. It's a picture of Papyrus flexing in front of a mirror. He's wearing sunglasses. Giant muscular biceps are pasted onto his arms. Biceps are also wearing sunglasses. I love them. I love Papyrus. Lol, cool skeleton 95. That's a joke, right? No, don't make fun of him. The only joke here is how strong my muscles are. Oh, I love him. Oh gosh, there's two of these now. Can I run away? I don't like what you do to the screen. Oh, I can't run away. Okay. Alright. Oh my god. Okay. Heat up. Okay. Oh. Don't die. Don't die. Not now. Not right now. Heat up. I don't like what it does to graphics. Oh my god. Okay. Can I spare? I can. Spare. Nice. Anything over here? Oh yeah, that's probably the right direction though, so let's go down here. Oh. Next up, Look 22 has sent you a friend request. Accept the request. What could go wrong? Oh. Okay. Alright. Is that an apron? There's an apron lying on the ground. Will you take it? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I can solve that. That's fine. box A, and then hot dog question mark. Burp band, instant noodles. There you go. Which one is Napstablook? That's the little ghost guy, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's the little ghost guy that we met a couple times, actually. We met him at like the really start of the game, and then we ran into him in the little ghost town. Hi, it's Dr. Elvis. This puzzle is kinda, timing based. You see those switches over there? You'll have to press all 3 of them within 3 seconds. I'll try to help you with the rhythm. What is that supposed to mean? No, Elvis! I couldn't press it because you called me. Now press the 3rd one. Hey, looks like you only needed to press 2 of them. I want to go back and do all 3. Can I do that? Can I do that? Wait. I can, nice. I don't think that changed anything, but I wanted to do it. Oh my gosh. That's the last time I try to help with a puzzle. Okay. I would really appreciate help with this one. Hey. I'm going to the bathroom, so I'll be mildly IA for a bit. I'm sure you can handle this puzzle yourself. I can't, actually. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Do that. And then jump. And then jump. Oh! That's not what I meant to do. Wait. Go back. Okay. Go here. Here. Up here. Oh boy, I'm confused. I'm confused. Many thoughts in my brain. None of them are very helpful. I know that this isn't gonna work. Yeah. That's gonna send me in a circle. I'm not entirely sure how I could change that. Let me leave. If I go left right now, then I won't be able to continue. If I go down, I'm just gonna end up doing the same thing I was doing earlier. Right? Let me see. Yeah. Just end up doing the same thing I was doing earlier. But if I do this, then yeah, I'm just gonna be stuck there. What if I do this first? And then do this? No, that just makes me stuck. You almost have it, then you take one wrong turn, do I? Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Wait, that is the wrong one. Wait. I'm getting even more confused. Jay, I don't know what you wrote. I don't know what you wrote. I'm not gonna look at that. I need to somehow. Oh, is it this, and then go back? No, that's not gonna work. Ugh. That's not gonna work. Is there a way for me to just like, yeah, no. Wait, what I can do? No, I can't do that. Why can I not do that? Oh, am I stuck? Wait. Can I get outside of the map? Can I get outside of the map? Can I get outside of the map? That changes things. No, I can't. I can't get out here for some reason. Oh, am I stuck? Oh, damn it. Damn it. Okay. This puzzle is solvable. No, what I'm trying to do is like get on these green stuff so I can like press these and then leave, go back and then get back on this like green thing and then walk back up here so I can press it a second time, but that's not how I'm supposed to do this, I don't think. Wait. That. I don't understand. Am I supposed to do this? No. Oh. Maybe this. But no, then that's gonna be 4. Damn it. It's a U shape, then at the last 2 on the right, you go back to twice. You mean like do this? Oh, yeah, that should work. There we go. Thank you, Jack. That's what I was trying to do, except I was trying to do it in like a really complicated way. So it wasn't working. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, people think Mew Mew 2 is better than Mew Mew 1? That's a joke, right? So true. So true, Elvis. Knowing the mouse may one day hack the I can't speak. Oh my gosh. Computerized safe and get the cheese. It fills you with determination. I hope it gets the cheese. There's a piece of cheese inside this computerized laser safe. The lasers have melted the edges of the cheese. It's stuck to the table. Alright. Oh! Oh my god, don't they get it? It ruins me. What? Oh, ruins Mew Mew's entire character art. My Mew Mew 2 review. Mew Mew Kissy Cutie 2 is neither kissy nor cutie. It's trash. 0 stars. Wow, that's a harsh critic. Can I go up here? No. I cannot. Oh, hey you, stop. Oh, hello. We've like received an anonymous tip about a human wearing a striped shirt. They told us they were wandering around Hotland right now. I know, sounds scary, huh? Well, just stay chill. We'll bring you someplace safe, okay? You are so stupid. You are so insanely stupid. Huh? What is it, bro? The shirt they're wearing? Like, what about it? Bro, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Bummer. This is like mega embarrassing. We like actually totally have to kill you and stuff. You don't actually? Damn, okay. Okay. Alright. Um Whisper clean armor. I don't know what she's I don't let's try whispering and see where that gets me. You tell Royal Guard 1 to be honest with his feelings. I don't get it. You don't get what? Oh, that's easy. Okay. L1 stands guard. What if I clean your armor? If you attempt to touch RG1's armor, your hands slip off. Like, hands off the merch. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. O2 watches your movements. Do I whisper? You tell to be okay, that just does the same thing again. Am I supposed to like clean your armor? It's pulling dirt begins to wash away. Okay, yeah, that's how it works. You gotta clean O2's armor. Do I have to like clean O1's armor when 2 is attacking and then clean 2's armor when 1 is attacking, or just always do 2? Which one? Should I heal? Nah. I'm near like a revival point. I'll be good. I'm assuming I have to do like 1 when it says 2 and then 2 when it says 1. Oh no, that doesn't work. I always have to do 2. Okay. Oh, oops. Now I know. I'm gonna die if I get hit again. Why are you again stealing? I'm near a revival spot. You know, okay. Fine. I'll eat an ice cream. Oh, I won't. I'll eat an ice cream. I want to eat more ice cream. Oh my gosh. What is that? I'm running out of ice cream because of you, by the way. I only have 1 left now. 2. Complete armor. Okay. This. Oh. Armor too hot. Oh. Much better. Royal Guard 1 looks bothered by something. Do I talk to Royal Guard 1 now? Because I kept telling him to be honest about his feelings, so... Maybe? 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 Oh my gosh, they're wobbling! His attacks are wobbling! Dude, I can't take this anymore. Not like this. Like, O2, I like you, bro. The way you fight, the way you talk. I love doing team attacks with you. I love standing here with you, bouncing and waving our weapons in sync. O2, I, want to stay like this forever. I mean, psych, gotcha, bro. Haha. O1. Yeah, bro. Do you want to get some ice cream after this? Sure, dude. O1 and O2 are looking at each other happily. Let's go. Let's go. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. There we go. That was cute. Aww. That was cute. Oops, wait, how's a human doing? Not great. Not great, I'm not gonna lie. Top 10 shows that make you forget to do your freaking job. What are the shows? I want to know what the shows are. What? Oh. Elphys, help please. It's dark. Elphys? Okay, I'm back. Another dark room, huh? Don't worry. My hacking skills have got things covered. MTT News. Okay, are you serious? MTT brand still top rated. School cancel. Oh my gosh, school did get canceled. School canceled over reactivated puzzles. I'm so happy for that one, NPC. Scientist discovers health benefits of using computer. Just kidding. Lol. Local Metaton. Very rich. Famous. And gorgeous. That's true. Tiny volcano monster tries its best. Receives tiny applause. Ironically misses invitation to this scenario. Would have loved it. Local plane creates huge line at store by saying, "It's not like I like you or anything." It's not like I want to buy these products or anything. Thank you for the Arlecchino plushie, Jay. We did not do song yet. We did not do song yet. Hotland technical malfunctions. Exceed and recede in linear progression throughout area. Woshua cleans. Okay, there's a lot of these. You know what? We're not reading all of them. There's a lot of these. Oh, 2 song shuffles. Okay. Thank you for the emotes, Jay. I love them. I love them so much. They're gonna take over the world someday. Hello, Ellie. Welcome. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. Okay, first song that you guys got is Chick Chick Boom by Stray Kids. I've listened to this song like twice, so I don't remember how it sounds, but I like Stray Kids usually, so it's probably good. And the second song is For Memory by Dreamcatcher. I have not listened to that since it came out, but it is a good song. How do you like Undertale? I like it so far. It's really fun. I think it's really fun. I like it so far. Is it new? Chick Chick Boom is new, yeah. I don't remember when it came out, but it's new. You'll take over the world as soon as you watch Shrek and Kung Fu Panda. We'll see. We'll see. We got Chick Chick Boom before. It's not Chick Chick Boom. It's Chick Chick Boom. It's this. That's the name of the song. And it's new, so there's no way you've gotten it before. Oh yes. Good evening, beauties and gentle beauties. This is Mettaton reporting live from MMT News. An interesting situation has arisen in the Eastern Hotland. Fortunately, our correspondent is out there reporting live. Brave correspondent, please find something newsworthy to report. Our 10 wonderful viewers are waiting for you. Animal Crossing villager noises. This thing. Oh my! It's a completely nondescript glass of water. But anything can make a great story with enough spin. Report this one? I wanna look more. I wanna look more. I wanna look more. What is this? Gentle beauties is the shit. Jay forgets to redeem the tulips. He should probably have more. He forgets to redeem them. Oh no, that movie script, how'd that get here? It's a super juicy sneak preview of my latest guaranteed not to bomb film. Mettaton the movie 28, I think? Starring Mettaton. I've heard that like the other films. It consists most of a single 4-hour shot of rose petals showering on my reclining body. Oh, but that's not confirmed. You wouldn't spoil my movie for everyone with a promotional story, would you? Maybe I would. Maybe I would. Maybe I would. Phew, that was close. You almost gave me a bunch of free advertisements. We'll see. We'll see. I like that one. That one's a good one. What is this? Oh, I can't. Okay. That one's a good one. I didn't redeem tulips for like a while and I saw a lot. That is like really surprising to me though, because Jack has like close to 30, I think, and he didn't redeem them for close to a month. Like, Jack has a lot of tulips. He's winning. He's winning. Ooh la la, this video game you found is dynamite. Though I don't make an appearance in it until 3/4 in. I like that. Pouring from the heavens like mana, slaking the audience's hunger for gorgeous robots. Oh, that's Mettaton. Report this one? No. I gotta keep looking. I kinda wanna annoy him. Oh my, it's a present, and it's addressed to you, darling. Aren't you just bursting with excitement? What could be inside? Well, no time like the present to find out. I'm curious, but I wanna... Doggy! What a sensational opportunity for a story! I can see the headline now. A dog exists somewhere. Frankly, I'm blown away. I love the dog. I love the dog. I want to do like the movie just to annoy Mettaton, but the dog is good. Basketball's a blast, isn't it, darling? Too bad you can't play with these balls. They're MTT brand fashion basketballs for wearing, not playing. You can't get rich and famous like moi without beautifying a few orbs. No, we're not. We're not doing that one. We're totally not doing that one. We're gonna do the dog. We're gonna do the dog. I got snack from another country again. I don't know what country. What do you mean? I don't know what country. What do you mean, Jack? What is that supposed to mean? The number one snack that I want from another country is chicken flavored chips. I don't know which countries have it, but Bosnia did, and they were so good, and I miss them. I want chicken flavored chips, please. They don't have them here. I don't know in like which countries are sold, but they were sold in Bosnia. And I love them, and I miss them every single day. And I want them. This dog still exists. The story just keeps getting better and better. I want to report this one. Attention viewers, our correspondent has found a dog. Cue audience awes. Everybody awe please. Thank you. That's right, folks. It's a feel-good story of the year. Look at its little ears, tiny paws, fluffy tail. Wait a second. That's not a tail. That's a fuse. Oh, damn. That's right, that dog is a bomb. But don't panic. You haven't even seen the rest of the room yet. Oh my gosh. Hey! Oh my. It seems everything in this area is actually a bomb. That present's a bomb. That basketball's a bomb. Even my words are... boom. Brave correspondent, if you don't defuse all of the bombs, this big bomb will blow you to smithereens in 2 minutes. Then you won't be reporting live any longer. How terrible, how disturbing. Our 9 viewers are going to love watching this. Where did one of them go? There were 10 of you. Who left? Excuse me? How dare you not watch my amazing dog reporting show? Good luck, darling. Okay. Please help, Elphus. Also, let me catch up on chat. What are you guys talking about? Let me see what you guys are talking about. It's random because I'm indecisive. I get that. I want the Sonic Cafe? Speed Cafe? What? I'm surprised that's not in New York because there's like 2 near me. Oh, they have Sonic themed cafes in the US right now. If it wouldn't go bad in the mail, I would send you some. You're risking your whole life when they leave. Yeah. I'm over here risking my life for some dog news and they're leaving. Wow. Don't worry. I installed a bomb defusing program on your phone. Is there anything that my phone doesn't have? Is there anything that my phone can't do? Use the defuse option when the bomb is in the defuse zone. Now, go get him. Huh? What? Huh? What do you mean failed? Bam, there you go. Yeah. Great job. Keep heading around the room. Try to go for the one in the bottom left next. Bottom left? There's no bottom left. Oh. How do I approach them? Oh, like that. Are these not bombs? Can I defuse this bomb? No. Oh my gosh. How do I catch it? He keeps running away from me. How do I catch it? There we go. There we go. Extremely agile glass of water. Okay. Oh, wait. I messed up. We're gonna blow up. We're like definitely gonna blow up. I don't know where the rest of these are. I can't go down here. Oh, I could have gone down here. Oh. I'm gonna die. Let me just die. Hey, watch out. You're gonna get really hurt. I can't watch this. I'm disabling the lasers. Well, thank you, but I ran out of time. I'm sorry. It's my fault you got hurt. I didn't explain the lasers well enough. You did. I'm just bad at it. Oh, there's no time for this now. Sorry. I mean, I don't have any time left anyways. It doesn't really matter. It does not matter. Cause... Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I failed. It's... Too bad, darling. You failed to defuse all of the bombs within 3 minutes. Now the big bomb is going to blow you to smithereens. Ready, viewers? Here comes the moment you've all been waiting for. Goodbye, darling. Can I move? No, I cannot. Goodbye, everyone. Ah. It seems the bomb isn't going off. That's because while you were monologuing, I fixed, I changed. Oh no, you deactivated the bomb with your hacking skills. Yeah, that's what I did. Curses, it seems I've been foiled again. Curse you, human. Curse you, Dr. Alphys, for helping so much. But I don't curse my 8 wonderful viewers for tuning in. Where did the 9th one go? Where? I am quite literally risking my life, and they keep leaving. Please, no, watch my news show program thing. Why are y'all leaving? Can you say New York again? New York. What? New York? Wait, what? Kids these days only know defuse bomb, eat hot chip, and mercy. Yes. Yeah. Is that the Death Note? I think so. Maybe Megatron was an up and coming VTuber all along. I told y'all. Metaton? Amazing concept for a VTuber. Somebody get on that. somebody debut with a Metaton model. It's so much more fun, interesting than bombs. What's fun and interesting than bombs? Until next time, darling. Boy, that was close, huh? I guess a little closer than I would have liked. I should have given you better directions. And there just wasn't enough time. Well, that's Metaton's fault. Not mine. I can't second guess myself now. I'm finally starting to feel confident about guiding you. I'll protect you from that mean old robot no matter what. If I have to, I'll even turn... never mind. We're halfway to the core. Let's go. Okay. You said it differently before. I thought we had new Mimi language. No, I probably just slipped. I mess up my speech really often. Sometimes it's Mimi language, sometimes it's just me being unable to speak. The way Mimi spells chick chick boom is Mimi. It's not chick chick boom, it's chick chick boom, and it doesn't have the I or the C. I didn't make the song. That's just the name of the song. I didn't name it. I don't know where I'm supposed to go, by the way. Right? Is this the right way? Is this the right way? Oh, okay. Oh, did I run out of... I ran out of soda. When's our next ad break? 15 minutes. Okay. I'll take a proper break in 15 minutes during the ad break. Go get a drink. I noticed you've been kind of quiet. Are you worried about meeting Asgore? Well, don't worry, okay? The king is a really nice guy. I'm sure you can talk to him, and
You like jazz?
with your human soul, you can pass through the barrier. So no worry, okay? Just forget about it and smile. Okay. Alright. Am I actually gonna meet Asgore? We have a left 3 now. That's new. That is new. Let's see. As soon as you like jazz played, I dropped my phone on my face. So does that mean you like it or you don't? I left it blank because it's open to interpretation. Well, what is your interpretation? Can you still not hear you like jazz? Me? Yeah, I can't hear alerts for some reason. I'm not sure what the reason for that is. It's an OBS issue though, not like a... I don't think it's an issue of anything else. Oh. Also, Undertale doesn't work as a game capture for some reason, so I have to do it as a window capture. So, sorry, Sailor. I'm sorry. Shout out the Sailor. We're gonna play with her again tomorrow. English beating my ass? Why? Oh, you misspelt here. My interpretation is that you should watch Shrek unrelated. That is unrelated to what is going on right now. Ooh, you look cool. Who are you? Welcome to our parlor, dearie. Interested in some spider pastries? Our proceeds go to real spiders. Yeah, I am interested. Oh, check out the web to make a purchase. Okay, this one. 9999? No, I am not rich. I am not rich. No. I'm not rich, Spideys. I'm not rich. Not rich. You should watch Kung Fu Panda. We'll see. I came back to talk of Shrek. I haven't seen Shrek, and Jack and Jay keep telling me to watch Shrek. Have you guys seen the new Shrek cup at McDonald's? There's a Shrek cup? I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Can you eat it now or do you have to wait for the battle? What battle? Are you talking about my spider donut? I don't want to eat that. That's a little souvenir I picked up on the way. You're going into the spider battle now? Oh no. Oh no. If you wanted to buy this stuff, there's a way to cheat in the files? I could have gone to Temi College. I could have gotten scammed. Oh no, I would have loved to cheat my way through Temi College. But I think I'm okay with the spiders. This game has spiders. They're mentioning spiders, but I don't know if there's actually gonna be a spider. I don't know if we're like visually gonna see a spider, but we are talking about a spider. If you eat it during the battle ends? Oh. Cannibalism is the way then. Okay. Well, it's not cannibalism for me. I'm not a spider. I didn't want to, but that girl, even though I told her no, she kept staring at me in this creepy way and licking her lips. Now I'm out of cash. You can send it to Temmie College. Yeah, I wanted to do the Temmie College one. Oh, I can go back? Wait, is the cheat hard? If it's not hard, I want to eventually cheat my way through Temmie College. I don't think the donut is made of spiders, but didn't they say that spiders' favorite food is spiders? Like spiders like eating spiders? Isn't that what they said? Hi, Alpha's here. This room is like the room we saw before. There are 2 puzzles to the north and south. We'll have to solve them both to proceed. Also, I'd like to say, I don't really like giving away puzzle solutions, but if you need help, just call me, okay? Actually, wait, I have an idea. Let's be friends on Undernet. Then you can just ping me when you need help. Wait, we're already friends, aren't we? I signed you up, didn't I? You've been reading my posts the whole time. Well, I hope you agree with me about Mew Mew too. I do agree with you. I'm gonna get up for 2 seconds again to help my cat. Okay. It's not that hard to do. It's a notepad. You input a number in. Oh, that's really easy. It's really, really easy. Okay. I'll do that. I don't know if I'll do that now or later, but that was not 2 seconds. Well, I didn't mean it literally. I just meant it's gonna be quick. If it was gonna be long, I would take a proper break. Also, ad break. Apparently it's in 3 minutes, but it also says it's in 8 minutes. Whenever it is, I'm gonna actually take a break. Like the 3 minutes. Oh, I'm stuck here. Wait. And go get a drink. Because I need a drink. Oh, wait. Can I just... Oh, no, that's not... Okay. Oh, I'm going in a circle. Okay. This way, this way, this way, this way, this way, down here, down here. Is that it? Not moving. Okay. Well, I died. I'm dead. You have to go north. That's up, right? That's up, right? I think. Oh, all the way back here? What? We've been through this. I don't know. I don't know north and south. I just know west and east. What do you mean, Mimi? No. We've been through this. We've talked about this. Oh, I don't know it at all in Turkish. I've been like learning west and east the past like 2 years or so. I don't know north and south in Turkish. And I can barely remember west and east. And then in Korean, I don't know any of them because I can't, like, it's hard for me to keep it in my mind. Think hard about this. Think about a compass. I don't know what a compass. I mean, I know what a compass looks like, but like, I don't know where north and south are like located on a compass. You don't know north and south? Yeah, I don't know my north and my south. I don't I don't know where north and south are. I know they're either up or down, but which one's up, which one's down, I don't know. I don't know that. Yeah, we talked about this. We talked about this. We talked about this. I'm not gonna say a word. What do you mean? What do you mean? North is Kuzay and it's up, and south is Guinea and it's down. Dude, I don't know Kuzay and Guinea either. I don't, like, it's not a language thing. I just don't know where north and south are. Like, it's not I don't know it in English. It's I don't know where it is. It's not a language thing. I'm fluent. I grew up speaking English. It's a I don't know where it is. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know. I missed a day of school or something, and then boom, I don't know my north and south. Let's just say I was called stupid before, and if I reveal more of my unknown knowledge, I'll be called out more. I think you're gonna be called out even if you don't reveal any of that knowledge. If you know east and west, you know north and south. No, I learned west and east like 5 years ago, maybe. I don't know. Like I didn't learn it when I was a kid. I learned it when I was like, you know, a regular grown person. And I still don't. I still struggle with it in Turkish. I've been getting used to it a bit more. This this year. North not down, south supposedly upwards? Supposedly upwards? But then they're both up. North is down? No, it says not down, so north is up, but then south is also up. And now you're confused, Jay. North up. I still get confused with east and west, so I get confused with north and south, and then I just don't know anything in Turkish. That's fun. Would you believe I didn't know before? We would believe. We would believe. Jay. I have to do the never eat soggy waffles thing every time. Wait, I don't know what that is. Teach me about that. What's the never eat soggy waffles thing? East is to your right. Yeah, east is right, west is left. I learned it, I like kind of memorized it through like west as, you know, where America is. East is like East Asia, you know. West, east, left, right, you know. What are you guys even saying anymore? This is a geography lesson, okay? This is a geography lesson. North is where Canada is. Oh, wait, that's a good way to think of it. North is Canada, and then south is Australia. Yeah, I like that. Okay, also, we're in an ad break, so I'm gonna leave for 2 minutes to get water while the ad break goes. You guys are free to chat among yourselves or start like a scramble game or something. I'll be right back. Alright, ad break should be over now. Let me catch up on chat. Does that help? Yeah, it helps because I know where Canada and Australia are. So if I know if Australia is south and Canada is north, then I'll know where north and south are too. West is left, Jay. West is left, east is right. South is where Spider Hell is. Okay. Oh, you guys, it's scramble. You guys, it's scramble. I don't know what that is. North Snezhnaya, South Inazuma. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you. Oh my gosh. You're still in an ad? Is your ad over, Ellie? It should be over. It told me it's over. True! Thank you so much for the gifted sub! I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Shroom. Who uses these? Who uses what, Jay? Oh, like east, west, those stuff? Also, Ellie, I hope you're out of your ad break because you should be by now. That's what my dashboard says. I hope you're not stuck in ads. You're out of ads now? Okay, good. Love you, icon, even if you don't know what North is. Thank you. Love you too. Love you too. Love you too, Shroom. Oh my god, this is hard. Oh. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Stop. Go, 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 go. Woo! Nice. Okay. Just use a map. It's easier. I mean, it's not for maps though. It's for stuff like this where it's like, oh, go east. And then you gotta know where east is to go east. Hey, this doesn't have anything to do with guiding you, but hey, would you want to watch a human TV show together sometime? It's called Mew Mew Kissy Cutie. Yes, we're watching Mew Mew Kissy Cutie. Really? It's so good. It's my favorite show. It's all about this human girl named... Oh, it's Skip. Oh, stop skipping! I'm curious! No! I want to know about Mew Mew! No, stop kissing it! No, kissing it! Skipping it! No! I know! Stop! I want to know what it's about! Elvis! Elvis! Hello, welcome, Super Mew! There are compasses for your phone. Yeah, phones do have compasses. Just use a GPS. Dude, you're making it worse for yourself. You're making it worse. I think you'd really like it. We should watch it after we get through all this. Yeah, we should. We should. We really should. What pronouns do you use? I want to make an "Are you a winning son" joke. I use she, her pronouns, but I'm okay with they, them as well. I use she, her though. I want to strangle Jay. I get it. I get it. It's okay. It's fine. Choose the opposing ship. You have just one shot. Oh, okay. This is gonna get... Oh. It's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. I'm kind of winning, I think. Winning a little bit, losing a little bit, just kind of a little bit of everything. I'm doing okay so far, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I think "Are You Winning Son" is above gender. I agree. I agree. I agree. Why are you guys still arguing about directions? Yeah. Y'all, stop. Son, girl, bro, dude, sis, all can be gender neutral if you want. Yeah. I use bro and dude in like a gender neutral way constantly, pretty much. Hey, Undertale? That's a thing that exists? I never want to take directions from chat. You shouldn't. You shouldn't, Ellie. Oh, what is that? No! What is that? No, 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 no. No, no, wait. I wanna... No, I'm stuck here. Okay, that was a stupid decision. Now I gotta go through this again. Okay. 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 It's okay. It is not okay. Oh. Okay. Alright. Good. And then... I want to see what you are. I can't? Okay, whatever. I circled back for no reason then. Oh gosh, let me catch up. What is happening? Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Ellie, and thank you for the Abyss Reach model, Shrew. Boy, okay. Let me see. Yeah, Majorified, thank you. Thank you. The Moon Knight? What do you mean Moon Knight? What do you mean Moon Knight, Jack? Song shuffle, you guys want... Okay, did you guys say I had to go north? How do I go north? Not like this. Definitely not like this. Oh, oops. With this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. And that's north. Oh, 2 song shuffles. Okay. Let me do 2 song shuffles. But Jay thinks Moon Knight and Mr. Knight are 2 different people. I don't know who either one of those are. Mimi, would you like me to tell you what happens when you click on the cactus? I can click on the cactus? I can click on the cactus? Yes, please. Please tell me what happens. I gotta decide if it's worth it for me to go back there and try to click it. Okay, first song is Zombie by Purple Kiss. This is an amazing song. Highly recommend. Great song. And the second one is also Purple Kiss. It's Nerdy by Purple Kiss. Also a great song. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. The North is up. We've been talking about this for like 10 minutes. We've been talking about this for 10 minutes. Okay. Oh. Is this gonna work? Oh, that worked. It says you stop to smell the flowers. That's it. Oh, okay. I would have loved to do it, but I don't think it's worth it for me to go back again because I die when I go back. I like that though. My fave Mettaton moment. Right when everything looks the baddest, he poses dramatically. Like when he's on a cooking show and the eggs don't turn out right. My fave Mettaton moment is when he beats up the heel-turning villains, even if it's during what's supposed to be a quiz show. Song shuffle? Okay, we just did song shuffle, but okay. Let me go back to... I'm trying to solve this while also doing song shuffle, so I don't know what I'm doing. I just went in a circle. I haven't been to the right side, I think. You got a motion by Dreamcatcher Jack. And we do not have a dropkick command, unfortunately. We do have save people who fell into the water, though. That's a command that we have. I Add dropkick. You guys want a dropkick command? I mean, we can. Thank you for redeeming your daily tulip, Ellie. Wait, why does that not trigger? Interesting. Does mine trigger? Oh. Let's hope that went through. I don't think I can check right now, but it should have gone through because Mix It Up seems to be working fine. I'll check after stream, and if it didn't go through, I'll just do 100 points. I want to kick people real bad. Who are you gonna kick from? Who in chat do you want to kick so badly? The smell of cobwebs fills the air. What was determination? Is Mix It Up down? Is it? Yeah, I do use Mix It Up. Let me try using like a command. Like alert command maybe? No, alert command works. I can check. I can check if it gave you the stuff, Ellie. I'm gonna manually make your tulip quantity 1. There you go. I manually gave you a tulip. There might be an issue with their like Twitch servers maybe, because the commands work. Nobody really? It's about the act, not the person I kick. Okay. I see. I see. What is down again? Oh, we were talking about Mix It Up, but it seems to be working. Seems to be working, but there might be an issue with reaching Twitch servers because channel point redeems don't seem to trigger. I did give Ellie a tulip though. I added in manually. All good, no worries, of course. Did you hear what they just said? Ooh. They said a human wearing a striped shirt will come through. Oh, that's me. Hi. I heard that they hate spiders. I don't. I don't. Trust me. I heard that they love to stomp on them. I don't. I mean, I'm scared of them, but I heard that they like to tear their legs off. Uh-oh. Is down south? Yeah. South is down. I heard. Hello. That they're awfully stingy with your money. But I bought a thing from you. You think your taste is too refined for our pastries, don't you, dearie? I disagree with that notion. I think your taste is exactly what this next batch needs. Uh-oh. She looks really cool. I don't want to die, though. You could try the fight or just eat the donut. I wanna see what her attacks are like, and then I'm gonna eat the donut. Don't look so blue. Okay, she's cool. I like her. Oh my gosh. Oh! Why am I purple? What the heck? Up next is Spider? Wait. I want to see what happened. I want to see what her attacks are like. Oh. Oh, okay. That's not very unique. Should I do the fight or eat the donut? You know what? I'm gonna do the fight. If I die, I'll come back and eat the donut, but I don't want to, like, you know, do the fight. But can I even win if I don't give her money? Can I win just by struggling? Can I win just by struggling? Am I doing this for no reason? It's possible. Okay. Synchronized dance with the other spiders. I believe in you, Mimi. Thank you, but I don't. Thank you, Ellie. Your pet? Who's your pet? Oh my gosh, this is not fun. Hi. Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, I died. I died. Yeah. Yeah. No. Nuh-uh. That was not gonna work. That was not gonna work. It's a fun fight though. I don't know. I want to try doing it, but I also want to like I don't want to spend too much time just, doing that one battle. So I'll just eat the donut. Really? You died at Crossy Road? I'm actually terrible at Crossy Road. Fun fact. I don't remember ever like having a good run in Crossy Road. Like not even once. Eat the spider donut. Huh? Where'd you get that? Did you steal it? Oh, my pet. It's time to show them what we do with these. What? No, I bought it. I bought it. Telegram from the spiders in the ruins. What? They're saying that they saw you and you helped donate to their cause. Oh my, this has all been a big misunderstanding. I thought you were someone that hated spiders. The person who asked for that soul, they must have meant a different human in a striped shirt. Sorry for all the trouble. I'll make it up to you. You can come back here anytime, and for no charge at all, I'll wrap you up and let you play with my pet again. I don't want to play with your pet. I don't want to play with your pet. I'll spare you now. Thank you. Thank you. She's really cute. I like her. She's really cool. That was fun. See you again, dearie. Okay. Are there even any different humans? No. No, I'm the only one. The only alive one, at least. It's a I can't speak. Oh my gosh. It's a poster from Veneta's latest stage performance. A tragic tale of two star-crossed lovers kept apart by the ties of fate. Looks like it's almost time for the performance. Oh, do I get to watch it? Do I get to watch it? This looks like a... This looks like I'm going in for a boss fight. Megatron after a boss fight? Probably. The only alive one is brutal? What do you mean? Oh, that human. Hi. Could it be my one true love? Oh my god! Get him! With his dress and everything. Oh, I love Mettaton. Hi. I'm not gonna attempt to sing this. Oh, please run away. Okay. Monster King? Oh, I can't run away. For busy. Yeah, you're not letting me run though. That's kind of a problem. Humans must live far apart. Oh my gosh, there's little petals and everything. Oh my gosh. Then you'll die a lot. True. True. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Don't worry, I'll cry. Kiss, fall in love, yeah. Shroom, did you bring your light sticks? Do you, do you have your light sticks with you? So sad. So sad that you're going to the dungeon. Well, toodles! I love the idea of like a robot saying toodles. Love that. Your acting is so good. You're just standing there. Oh, wait. Oh, Ellie has 2 tulips now. There you go. Have one on the house. I I gave you a free tulip. You have 2 now, Ellie. Yeah, it happened really late. I have no idea why that happened. I think they were just having issues reaching like um Twitch servers or something. I love the character's face never changes. Yeah. Only has 13. Yeah, I gave up at some point. I just gave up at some point. I go to a rectangle that kind of resembles a Mettaton to a light stick, and I have tears streaming down my face. Good for you. Good for you. Oh no, whatever shall I do? My love has been cast away into the dungeon. A dungeon with a puzzle so dastardly, my paramour will surely perish. Oh heavens, have mercy, the horrible colored tile maze. Each colored tile has its own sadistic function. For example, a green tile sounds a noise, and then you must fight a monster. Red tiles will... Actually, wait a second. Didn't we see this puzzle about 100 rooms ago? That's right, you remember all the rooms, don't you? Great, then I won't waste your time repeating them. I don't, actually. I gotta go set up and stuff. I'll still be lurking though. Have fun with it. Thank you so much, Ellie. Thank you for the lurk and thank you for stopping by. Good luck with the rest of your day. Thank you. Oh, and you'd better hurry. Because if you don't get through it in 30 seconds... Oh. You'll be incinerated by these jets of fire. Okay, great. My poor love, I'm so filled with grief I can't stop laughing. Good luck, darling. Okay, fun. Go. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh, I'm so sorry. Looks like you're out of time. Yeah. Here come the flames, darling. They're closing in. Getting closer. Oh my. Any minute now. Robotic cop? Just remember red is bad and blue is okay, but light green is not good. What is that supposed to mean, Jack? Watch out. I'll save you. I'm hacking into the firewall right now. Oh. Oh no, how could this happen? Pulled again by the brilliant Dr. Elphys. This is actually possible to get through, but it's really difficult to do. That's what I feel like all of these have been. It is possible to get through every single one of these puzzles. It's just hard. So they don't force you to get through it. That's right. Come on, Mettaton, give up already. You'll never be able to defeat us. Not as long as we work together. Your puzzle's over. Now go home and leave us alone. Puzzle over? Elphys, darling, what are you talking about? Did you forget what the green tiles do? They make a sound, then you have to fight a monster. Well, darling, that monster is me. Oh. Hi, Mettaton. Yeah. This is it, darling. Say goodbye. Oh? Is that your phone? You'd better answer it. Hey, this seems bad, but don't worry. There's one last thing I installed in your phone. You see that yellow button? I don't. Go to this phone's act menu and press it. Your phone's act menu is glowing. My phone? Oh, yellow. You press the yellow button. The phone is resonating with Mettaton's presence. Oh, the yellow glow. Huh? Oh? Now press Z. Okay. Oh my gosh. I don't want to kill him. Do I have to? Do I have to? You've defeated me. How can this be? You were stronger than I thought, etc., etc. Oh. Okay. It looks like you beat him. You did a really great job out there. Oh, that's me. Okay. All thanks to you, Elphys. What? Oh no, I mean, you were the one doing everything cool. I just wrote down some silly programs for your phone. Hey, this might sound strange, but can I tell you something? Before I met you, I didn't really like myself very much. For a long time, I felt like a total screw up. Like, I couldn't do anything without ending up letting everyone down. But guiding you has made me feel a lot better about myself. So, thanks for letting me help you. Anyway, we're almost to the core. It's just past MTT Resort. Come on, let's finish this. Okay. Alright. Nice. I think we're making some good progress today. The gum button? Yeah, it nice scream! Nice scream! Nice scream! These two fellas bought all my ice cream. What? No nice cream for me? I still got something for you. A big smile. How about that? Can you guys give me some nice cream? Really taking a rain check on that killing you thing. Like, don't tell Undyne about this, okay? Do you have anything to tell me? He seems happy. Nice. I wanted more ice cream. Oh, Sans. Hello. Hey, I heard you're going to court. How about grabbing some dinner with me first? Yep. Great, thanks for treating me. I'm not treating you. Over here, I know a shortcut. Okay. Okay. John Undertale. Well, we're here. So, your journey's almost over, huh? Is it? You must really want to go home. I don't. I know the feeling, Butto. Though, maybe sometimes it's better to take what's given to you. Down here, you've already got food, drinks, friends. Is what you have to do really worth it? Not really. Not really. Forget it. I'm rooting for you, kid. Hey, let me tell you a story. So I'm a sentry in the Snowdin Forest, right? I sit out there and watch for humans. It's kind of boring. Fortunately, deep in the forest, there's this huge locked door. It is perfect for practicing knock-knock jokes. So one day, I'm knocking him out like usual. I knock on the door and say knock knock, and suddenly from the other side, I hear a woman's voice. Who's there? So naturally, I respond, dishes. Dishes who? Dish is a very bad joke. And she just howls with laughter. Like it's the best joke she's heard in 100 years. So I keep him coming and she keeps laughing. She's the best audience I've ever had. And after a dozen of them, she knocks and says, knock knock. I say, who's there? Old lady. Old lady who? Oh, I did not know you could yodel. Wow. Needless to say, this woman was extremely good. We kept telling each other jokes for hours. Eventually, I had to leave. Papyrus was kind of cranky without his bedtime story. She told me to come by again, and so I did. And I did again and again. It's a thing now. Telling bad jokes through the door. It rules. That's cute. They're so sweet. They are. That's really cute. One day, though, I noticed she wasn't laughing very much. I asked her what was up, and then she told me something strange. If human ever comes through this door, could you please promise something? Watch over them and protect them, will you not? Now, I hate making promises, and this woman, I don't even know her name. But someone who sincerely likes bad jokes has an integrity you can't say no to. Oh, so he's gonna protect me? You get what I'm saying? That promise I made to her. You know what would have happened if she hadn't said anything. Buddy. Oh. Why do you not have eyes? You're better when you have little glows in your eyes. You'd be dead where you stand. Hey, lighten up, bucko. I'm just joking with you. Besides, haven't I done a great job protecting you? Not really. I mean, look at yourself. You haven't died a single time. That is a lie. Hey, what's that look supposed to be? Am I wrong? Yeah, you are. You're wrong. Well, that's all. Take care of yourself, kid. Someone really cares about you. Can I move now? Oh, yeah, I can. It's a wall of fame full of quotes and photos from visiting celebrities. The food is to die for. Gorgeous style and fragrance. My face tastes beautiful. Face. These are all Mettaton. It's a platoon of biscuses. Okay, I want to talk to this creature. Hello. As I came in, I realized I forgot to make a reservation. But I didn't want to look like I messed up, so I kept walking in anyway. Now I'm just kinda assuming dew off the spigots. Can Mettaton even eat? I mean, maybe if he really wants to. Some kind of TV show featuring Mettaton. This is the Mettaton restaurant, I'm assuming. Oh, who are you guys? Hello. Originally, we dug mazes with puzzles in order to foil human attacks. Now, building things winding and confusing, it's a awful tradition. You can't go 2 feet without being up to your armpits in puzzles. You're a little guy. Who are you? I work at the court. The inside is a main made of swappable parts. That means we can shuffle the layout at will. Boy, was today a fun day. I sure love puzzle. I'm the resort comedian. I'm very funny. People laugh at my jokes. Now, my son, he wants to be a comedian like his father. but his jokes aren't funny. He tells these awful puns. He's an embarrassment to our family. Damn. That's not funny. Since his mother passed on, he couldn't stand living at home anymore. So he ran away, haven't seen him since. I'm a terrible father. That's not funny. It's not, yeah. It's, ooh, what are you? Blub blub. You have to reserve a table to eat here. You'll also need to reserve your chair, your silverware, your food, your... I see, okay. I see. Okay, yeah, no, you don't have to repeat it. You don't have to repeat it. You don't have to repeat it. Okay. Oh. Wait, can I not leave this place? There was like a letter and stuff I wanted to see outside before I went in here. Assuming I can't leave, okay. Well, I guess I missed the letter and the other path that was there. It's fine. It's whatever. There's an inscription on this fountain. Royal Memorial Fountain, fueled 2000 and something. Mettaton added last week. Ooh, there's a checkpoint. That thing over there looks really creepy. You can go inside, can I? Did I go through here? Maybe. Welcome to MTT Resort, Hotland's biggest apartment building turned hotel. Whether you're here for a night or still live here, MTT Resort prides itself on a great stay. Just passing through? Nice! MTT Resort prides itself on being passed through. Good for you! Oh yeah, nice, I can go out here. Hey! Go up the creepy alleyway on the right for some great deals. Okay. Why not? Does this say anything? Can I read it? No. Oh my god. Hey, check it out! Yeah, check it out! Let's talk to you two. About you two, about your wares, about Mettaton, about Elphys, about you two. I'm Bratty, this is my best friend Caddy. I'm Caddy, and this is my best friend Bratty. They have little laughs. About your wares. The stuff inside is like totally wicked expensive. But like, the stuff we found is like totally wicked cheap. You should like totally wicked buy all of it. Origin of wares. I mean, like, where does anyone get guns or food? Or we found it in the garbage. It's good garbage. It's like really good garbage. Is there still more here? Where do we get the garbage? Like the garbage store, duh. Waterfall mostly. I found a gun in a dumpster. Great. About Mettaton. Oh my god, Mettaton. He's like my robot husband. Actually, he's like my robot husband. I think we're like both going to marry him. We're both like already married to him. He just like doesn't know it yet. Origin of Mettaton. So like Dr. Elphys built Mettaton, right? That's like what they tell you. But like Mettaton always acts like being built was his idea somehow. And even right after he was built, he acted like Elphys was an old friend. But they're like not friends anymore. Yeah, unlike me and Bratty, best friends forever. About Mettaton old? What is that supposed to mean? Oh, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. They sell guns? I think so. It's a Mettaton resort? I think so, yes. About Elphys. Oh my god, Elphys. She used to live on our street. I mean, like, if your big sister takes you on trips to the dump, she showed us the coolest places to find trash. She was always collecting these weird cartoons. And then she became the royal scientist. Yeah, we haven't seen her in forever. Royal scientist? So Alphys has always like thought Asgore as a super cutie. So like I'm pretty sure she made Mettaton to like totally impress him. A robot with a soul? That's like super relevant to his hobbies. So after seeing Mettaton, Asgore asked her to do all the science stuff. But nobody's like seen anything from her yet. Or her at all. She must like just stay in her lab all day. Like live a little girl? Yeah, like us. But Asgore? Oh my god, he's a total goober. He's a big fuzzy goofball. Like, I love that guy. He's like so nice. God, we're like so hyped for the destruction of humanity. I love that for you too. What do you guys sell? Heal 17 HP. These are expensive. Weapon. Armor. Mystery key. Probably someone's house, lol. Should I buy this? I'm gonna buy this. Yeah. Ratty, we're gonna be rich. We're all something good. Sold out. Meow. We're all sold out. Oh, that's me pressing it. That's why. Okay. Like, see you later. Great. That was fun. That was fun. Thank you, you two. That was very helpful. This is the... Yeah, that's the place Sans took me through. And now I'm gonna go through here. I'm also gonna save, because I can. That's probably a good idea. There we go. There's a puppy like thing here. This elevator goes straight to the capital. It stopped working. The hotel's doing its best to accommodate everyone stuck here. Yeah, I'm not gonna be home tonight. I think there's some old visa in my treasure hoard I can eat up. How about you? As a slime, I'm outraged. Okay. That's the elevator, that's the food court, maybe? Yes, we know the elevator to the city is not working. Because of this incident, rooms are running at a special rate. 200 a room. Interested? No. Do let us know if you change your mind. Have a spectacular day. Okay. Anything over here? Ooh. Oh, there's a whole bunch of rooms here. And a janitor. Seems busy, okay. I bet this key can open one of these doors. I bet. I can't use this, right? Yeah. Can I go in here? Oh. Welcome to the MTT brand Burger Emporium. Home of the glam burgers. Sparkle up your day. Talk. I'm sorry, it's against the rules to talk to customers who haven't bought anything. Wow. Steak in the shape of Mettaton's face. Oh my gosh, no, I'm not gonna buy anything from you guys. The customer is always right. Then talk to me. No, you're not talking to me. Okay. Blink twice if you need help. They're not blinking. We're leaving. Oh my gosh. That is horrifying. That is a horrifying spray. The janitor is cleaning up his own mess, so he's forever stuck in that spot. Yeah. Yeah, he is. He's just stuck there. He has to keep cleaning. Ooh, room service. Got my CT? No. Then it's locked from the inside. Ooh, room service. Got my cinnamon bun? No. You're shuffling. Seems like you could put something under the door. What? We didn't have anything appealing. I don't have these stuff, but can I still be like, yeah, I do. My Cinnabon bun? Yeah. No, you don't. Oh, okay. They just called me out on it. Great, great, great. How do I use my key? Wait. Item? No, go to item. There we go. Mystery key. Info? It's too bent to fit on your keychain. How do I... Can I use it? But nothing happened? Wait, do I not have it anymore? Oh, okay, I don't. I do have it. I do have it. Okay. I was scared I got scammed. Oh. Let's go. Huh? Who are they? Nobody else is supposed to be here. Oh well, we can't worry about that for now. Okay. Hope I don't die. Oh. Ready? This is it. Take the elevator up to the top of the court. Okay. What are these stuff? Hey, why didn't you try to use the elevator first? Why? Watch out! Oh, that's why. Oh, damn. Okay. I see why. Clear mind? Your defense increase? Okay. Oh my gosh. That is so hard. Stare? Where to stare? Taser? Stare, corner orb. Stare into— oh, that worked. Spare. Make it uncomfortable? Yeah, that worked. That worked. That was close. Why are there so many monsters here? I mean, it's no problem, right? We just gotta keep heading forward. But this isn't the place he told me to go. I'm not gonna go forward because you told me to go to the elevator and I ignored you and then I got beat up. Oh, the elevator isn't working. What? The elevator should be working. Well then, go to the right and keep heading up. I went to the left. I went to the left early. Alphys, you don't know anything. Where'd this pit come from? You should be able to walk across here. I can't. I went to the right place and you... Okay. Never trust Alphys. Never trust Alphys. Alrighty. What is this? I don't know what that is. Oh! Looks like you can't proceed until you hit the switch. But those lasers will activate when you do. Looks like they're coming in this order. Orange, orange, blue. Got it? Move until the third one. Okay. He lied to me again? She lied to me again. I should not trust Alphys ever. Oh my god, are you hurt? I'm so sorry. I gave you the wrong order. Everything's gonna be fine, okay? Let's just keep heading to the right. Crossroads. Try heading to the right. Nuh-uh. I'm going up here. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't have. Night Night blocks the way. I'll sing. Night Night starts to look sleepy. Bye. Bye. Oh my gosh. Smells like stardust. Dang. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, oops. I died. I died. I died. Yeah, I know. Oh gosh, all the way back here? Seriously? Seriously? Yeah, I know. I don't remember how to skip this. I wanna make the dialogue go faster, but I don't remember how to do that, so we'll just have to wait for it to go through. Yeah, I know, Elvis. I know, Elvis. Is the game ending soon? I don't know. I have no clue. I have no clue. Okay, stare at the chaser orb. And I can stare at the corner one. Okay. Stare. Corner. This one was hard. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Okay, yeah, I know. And then keep going. Gonna tell me orange, blue, but it's the opposite. It's blue, orange. I was moving though. I was moving during that one. That should have worked. Yeah, you did get me. Okay, what? I went up here and there was like a fight happening. So I'm gonna go right this way. Yeah. This looks better. I guess this was the right way. More lasers. Okay, I won't mess around this time. I'll just deactivate the lasers and let you through. They're not turning off. I can't turn them off. It's okay. I have this under control. I'm gonna turn the power for that whole node, and then you can walk across. Okay, go. Alright. Let's hope this doesn't turn back on while I'm passing through. Wait, stop. Oh. The power is turning itself back on. Damn it, this isn't supposed to... I'm gonna turn it off again. When it turns off, move a little and then stop. Okay? You won't get hurt. Okay. Okay, I got this. I got this. See, I've got everything under control. Everything's under control. Okay. This is stressful, but I got this. I got this. Okay, you should... I don't know. This doesn't look like my map at all. I'm sorry. I have to go. Oh boy. I think there's a boss fight soon. If there's a save right here. Oh, this is where the ice thingy is. Wait. Can I see more of that? Oh, there's one of these guys. Let's try to solve this one. Oh, wait, that's confusing though. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. Good luck. There is a boss fight soon. I'm gonna take that as a yes. I don't know how to do this though. This isn't gonna work, right? Yeah. Know how else to do that? I don't know how soon exactly, but yes, something is coming up. Oh boy. Oh boy. I can't do this. Wait. I'm getting tired. Okay. Up. Up. I genuinely have no idea how to do this. I have no idea. I have no idea. I give up. I have no idea. How do I leave this? Okay. Is this anything important? No. Okay. Let's go this way. We have over here. I'm assuming this is just like a full circle? Yeah. So let me... I can't go there. Oh, yeah. Let me go here. See where this gets me. There's 100G inside it. Yeah, I will. Nice. Okay. I mean, I could go this way too, but I don't think there's anything here. Yeah. Wait, let me save. Let me save. Oh, oops. Okay, save again. Why not? Go back up. Keep going up. Keep going. Keep heading up. Oh, hello. Whimsalot and Final Frogget. Hey. Hi. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about Frogget. Compliment? You compliment Final Frogget and understood you perfectly. It's attack prop. Oh my gosh. Whimsalot flutters silently. Ooh, I don't know. Also, maybe? Skip jump? What is that? Oh my gosh. I'm dead again. I'm dead again. I'm dead again. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. I got this. Hopefully. If I can't pass this, we might leave it here for today because I can feel myself getting tired. Okay. Rocket seems to like compliment. I don't know what Whimsalot is. Do you like Prey? Still hope. They're green. No, I couldn't get it. Whimsalot doesn't want to fight anymore. Oh, okay, nice. So I did all that for no reason. You liked compliment, but it didn't make you stop tagging me. Thoughtful prompt. Nice. Love that for you, guy. They just spare you vote? Yeah. Nice. Okay. I do want to eat something though. Let me eat my nice cream. Nice. I wish I had more nice cream, but I don't. I would have loved to have more nice cream. Okay. Night needs sing. And then the other one needs me to like stare at it. Oh my gosh. Sing more. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wait, is that not working? I feel like that's not working. Let me stare at your order. I'm gonna die. Oh boy. I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. Should have seen that one coming. Should have seen that one coming. Okay. Oh boy. I have my nice cream back at least, so that's something. Okay, Frogget and the fairy thingy, Whimsalot. I'm gonna pray. Kneel and pray for safety, yes. And then doesn't want to fight anymore, so we can stare. Oh, you still want to fight. Demystify. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, there we go. That worked. Oh, I should have gone back to heal. I should have gone back. Should have gone back. I have 1 HP. Oh my gosh. Nice scream. There. Corner. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how to fight those two. I don't know how to fight those two at the same time. I'm making iced coffee. What did I miss? I don't know when you left, but I'm like getting into the core basically. Like this is inside the core already, but I gotta pass through this hallway of monsters and I am failing pretty bad. Okay, I can do this. These two. These two are okay. I gotta. Oh, I didn't get it. Okay. And then after that, I did it to Mystify. And then I can leave these two. However. Oh my gosh. Okay. Spare. Boom. There you go. The next two after these two, I don't know how to do the next two like at the same time because they're hard. I'm gonna save here because I don't want to keep redoing this, and it also just gives me my health back. So that's better than just continuously using items. Also, is the music a little loud? It looks really loud on OBS. I don't know if it actually is really loud. Let me know if it's loud. Let's try this one. This one is so hard to dodge. I already lost 8 HP. There's 5 more to go. Okay. And Night Night falls asleep. Okay, we're good with Night Night. Night Night is gone. We just gotta get rid of this guy. Gotta get rid of this guy. Okay. And then 2. Oh, okay. That should have worked. Bam! Jay, you coming back brought me luck. Thank you. This was thanks to you, Jay. Does Night Night wake up? I have no idea. But I'm glad he did it. I'm gonna save so that I don't have to go through this ever again. I'm scared of what we have next, though. I don't know what we have after this one. But we're about to find out. Hi, I think you're the last one. Is that Mike Wazowski again? Hi, Mike Wazowski. Oh, astigmatism. Oh, I love that. I don't know what you need. Pick on, don't pick on challenge. Normally I need to not pick on you. Maybe now I have to pick on you? I don't know. I'll still not pick on you and see what happens. Will you watch Kung Fu Panda now? No, I won't. I won't. Are you supposed to fight 3 of them? We're gonna find out. Don't pick on me. Yeah, I didn't. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Eee, not great. Not great. I'm gonna pray. And then I gotta get one of these green guys. Okay. I got 2. I got 2. Great. And then I gotta mystify for you. Here we go. Oh my god. Oh! Okay. Good. Spare. I'm gonna go back and save that. I don't think I'm supposed to go back and save constantly, but that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna go back and save every chance I get because the checkpoint isn't too far. Oh wait, I gotta keep going. Gotta keep going. Okay, up here. And then let's see. There's a button. What did that do? I don't know what that did. Let's go find out. Did it do anything? I don't know, honestly. I don't know what that did. Did it change the puzzle here? No, it did not. I don't know how to solve this puzzle. That's another update. Jay, I can't solve this. I don't know how to solve that. I don't know what the button I pressed did. Let me see if there's anything up here. There's a glam burger inside it. Yeah, I will take it. Does this say anything? Oh, these stuff say stuff. Okay. Maybe I should read those. First the northern room, and the end will open. The end? Sans is the answer? What is that supposed to mean? Okay, I did north, yeah. I traversed the north, and where's the end? Need clarification on that, please. So where's the end? I did this already. And then that puzzle should be easy. I couldn't do it. The east is the end. But that's what? This is... I will make my way through. Me too. I can't fight. I can't think. But I'll make my way through. I'm not gonna get lost. Oh, oops. Hi. I'm not gonna pick on you, Mike Wazowski. Oh my gosh, Mike Wazowski is killing me. Wait, why was that not enough for you? Wait, you want me to pick on you? Is that it? Am I supposed to pick on him? I think I'm supposed to pick on him. I'm gonna die. Yeah. There we go. I died. Good thing I saved. Good thing I saved. Okay. Alright, let's go back, push that button. Where am I? Oh my gosh. Okay. Go back to push this button, because I don't think I pushed the button. And then... Oh, I already saved after that. Okay, nice. I want to try the puzzle on the left one more time. See if I can do it. Is this the puzzle? Yeah. Go to the puzzle. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so... I don't know how to do this. B... Oh no. I genuinely have no idea how to make this work. I don't even think you need to do this. I think you just go east. Really? I want to do this, but I have no idea how to do it, so... I guess... Oh, does this give me any hints, maybe? Solve this puzzle and the... No, I gotta solve this for the end to open. But I have no idea how to solve this. Is there even like a real answer to this? I don't know. Oh! I have space back here. Oh. I did not see that. Would have been real helpful if I did. But I did not. I didn't see that entire left row. So that was easy. That was not hard. That was not hard. Okay. And then save again. I'm already here. Save and then east. Is this the end? No. Is this the end? Ooh. This looks new to me. Hello. I think you want me to pick on you. Don't pick on me, but you were mad at me for not picking on you earlier. Okay. I won't pick on you. Okay, I guess it changes depending on which one it is. There we go. Keep going. Keep going, and then save, and that looks like a boss battle to me. Looks like a boss battle to me. Hello, Mettaton. Oh yes, there you are, darling. It's time to have our little showdown. It's time to finally stop the malfunctioning robot. Not malfunction, reprogramming, get real. This was all just a big show. An act. Alphys has been playing you for a fool the whole time. As she watched you on the screen, she grew attached to your adventure. She desperately wanted to be a part of it. So she decided to insert herself into your story. She reactivated puzzles, she disabled elevators, she enlisted me to torment you. Also, she could save you from dangers that didn't exist. Also, you would think she's the great person that she's not. And now, it's time for her finest hour. At this very moment, Alphys is waiting outside the room. During our battle, she will interrupt. She will pretend to deactivate me, saving you one final time. Finally, she'll be the heroine of your adventure. You'll regard her so highly, she'll even be able to convince you not to leave. Or not. You see, I've had enough of this predictable charade. I have no desire to harm humans, far from it, actually. My only desire is to entertain. After all, the audience deserves a good show, don't they? And what's a good show without a plot twist? I can't speak anymore. Hey, what's going on? The door just locked itself. Sorry, folks, the old program's been cancelled. But we've got a finale that will drive you wild. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Real drama, real action, real bloodshed. On our new show, Attack of the Killer Robot. Oh boy. So this is the Mettaton fight, I'm assuming. It was all one big self-insert. I think Mettaton's lying. I think Mettaton's lying. Burn? This is probably what we'll do if things continue in this manner. Any doozy? Oh. I was the one who hired her to kill you. That, however, was a short-sighted plan. You know what would be 100 times better? Killing you myself. Yeah, that's great. Oh. A worthless pea shooter won't work on me. Don't you understand what acting is? Burn. Listen, darling, I've seen you fight. You're weak. If you continue forward, Asgore will take your soul. And with your soul, Asgore will destroy humanity. Can I not just keep doing this? If I get your soul, I can stop Asgore's plan. I can save humanity from destruction. Oh, 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 oh. I'm dying, kinda, a little bit. I'm dying. Let's see. Then using your soul, I'll cross through the barrier and become the star I've always dreamed of being. Hundreds, thousands, no millions of humans will watch me. Okay. Heal? Should I? I don't know. Is it worth it to heal right now? I guess. But if I use Nice Cream, I'm gonna waste 2 HP because it heals 15. Bandage, maybe? Yeah, nice. So what if a few people have to die? That's show business, baby! So true. Oh, my phone's here. I can't see what's going on in there, but don't give up, okay? There is one last way to beat Mettaton. It's, this is a work in progress, so don't judge it too hard. But you know how Mettaton always faces forward? That's because there's a switch on his backside. So if you can turn him around, and press the switch, he'll be vulnerable. Well, gotta go. What do you mean? What is that supposed to mean? You tell Mettaton that there's a mirror behind him. Oh, a mirror? Right, I have to look perfect for a grand finale. I don't see where it is. Did you just flip my switch? Are you okay, Mettaton?
Oh, yes.
Excuse me? Oh my god! Damn. Okay. Okay. Wait, his voice changed. No, I don't have any other voice for him. I don't have any other voice for him. I just had the, you know, that one voice I was doing for him. He went Super Saiyan. He's gonna JoJo pose? Do a Dio voice? I don't know what Dio sounds like. Do I look like I know what Dio sounds like? I don't know. Yes, well, I don't know what Dio sounds like. Do a Sans voice? I don't know what Sans is supposed to sound like. I don't know what Sans is supposed to sound like. Just gonna continue with its regular voice, I guess. If you flipped switch, that can only mean one thing. You're desperate for the premiere of my new body. How rude. Lucky for you, I've been aching to show this off for a long time. So, as thanks, I'll give you a handsome reward. I'll make your last living moments. Oh my gosh. Absolutely beautiful. Damn. Look at him. I love this game. Oh my god. I love this game. You literally talk to him? What do you mean? Well, he doesn't talk in the game. Oh my god, pose, boast, heel turn. Pose! He posed dramatically. The audience nods. Let's go! Oh my gosh. Wait, what? What? Huh? What the heck? I'm dying. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Eat an ice cream. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Hit the leg? Okay. Oh. But I still die even if I hit the legs. They turn yellow and they start moving around. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Hit any, like, I just keep shooting everything? Just shoot literally everything? Sans is never around when you need him. Yeah. Yeah, he's never there when you need him. He's only there if you don't really need him. He just shows up when he wants to eat. Okay, yeah, we've talked to you. Oh my gosh. Wait! No! 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 Wait, I didn't mean to do that! No! Kill me, please? Kill me, please? No, like, actually kill me. I did not mean to attack you. Did I attack him? Please kill me. Please kill me. Kill me? Wait. No, why aren't you killing me? Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now I can go back and not accidentally attempt to murder him, hopefully. Oh, I can skip his monologue. Okay, yeah, I skip. I'll skip. Okay. Act. Depose. I'm still dying though. I don't know why. To do this. I don't know how this works. I don't know. I'm confused. I have no idea. I have no idea how to do this. We might give up here. If I can't do this and then like next 4 or 5 tries, we might stop here for today because I am tired. And I don't really understand what I'm supposed to do. Here he has legs. I can't do that. That's hard. I can't do that. Boy. Okay. Let's try a couple more times. I don't think it matters which one of these I do. Like pose. Okay, so it's so hard. I don't know how to position these in a way where it like doesn't hit me. And I also don't know how to like get rid of these stuff. Oops. Let me heal. Do you make his legs yellow? Yeah. I can make them yellow and white, but it's hard to control. It's very hard to control. I'm struggling. I don't know. This is hard. This is hard. This is really, really hard. This is definitely like the hardest battle I've done so far. I hope you brought a keyboard. This one's an easy question. What do you love most about Mettaton? Oh. What? I just wrote D though. Huh? Your essay really showed everyone your heart. Why don't I show you mine? Smells like Mettaton. Let me have a glam burger. Okay. Those steel turn? Going on the dance floor. I don't know. What am I doing? Oh. This one's easy. Okay. That one's easy. That one's easy. Do more pose. Can you keep up the pace? Okay. More posing? Oh, his camera bombs? Excuse me? Okay, that one wasn't bad. No, it was bad. I'm dying right now. I don't know if that's gonna help. I'm dying. I don't know if I can save this. I'm dying. Spray time? Doesn't that heal you over time? I don't know. I'm not getting healed though. Another heart to heart? Oh my god. If I get hit like once, I'm gonna die. Yeah. 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 Yep. Oh my god. Oh gosh. Also, the ratings go down if I like take a while to pose and stuff. Like if I wait in the main menu. So maybe if I like choose stuff faster, will be done quicker. I don't know if the ratings are actually important. Oh, my cat. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, maybe if I like choose my acting stuff quickly, we'll get more ratings. And then if we get more ratings, we'll like oh god. Yeah, no, that did not work. The legs are hard. The legs are real hard. The legs are really, really hard. The other stuff I can manage, but the legs are bad. Have an ice cream. Okay. I'm like Metaton. I want to have the bandage too. That does anything. Time for pop quiz. Metaton. Yeah, my answer is Metaton. Ooh. Favorite essay for future use? Okay. We're gonna do more poses. Oh my gosh. Gosh. Okay. I hope I don't die. I hope I don't die. Okay. I have the Glamburger. There's armor you can equip. I already have some equipped, but I don't know if I have any that's better. Oh my gosh, okay. This one's like the easier one. Okay. This bit is okay. This bit isn't hard. I got hit once. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Oh my gosh. Let's try the apron. Maybe. Another heart to heart. This is where he died last time. Oh. And I died again. And I died again. I wonder if I have more food in my, like, storage box thingy that I can take out. Let me see. Dimension box A. I do have stuff in here. I have hot dog, instant noodles. I have dog residue and burnt pan. I feel like the pan is like a weapon. Put this on. Dog residue info. Hot dog info. Heals 20 HP. Okay. Okay. Instant noodles. It doesn't tell me how much. That's fine. That's fine. Stained apron is armor. Yeah, I know, but I don't know what the best armor I have right now. I just put it on, but I don't know if it's the best one I have right now. But I guess we'll find out. I'm gonna do this like 2-3 more times. And then if I can't pass, I think this is a good place to take a break. Cause I am tired. Oh. I keep getting hit. Oh, that is healing me, I think. You're right, Jack. I think it is healing me. Let's do another pose. Okay. Lost less HP this time. Let's get the bandage going. Oh my gosh. That's fine. Time for pop quiz. Okay. Meta time. Oh, I keep writing his name wrong. Oh. That's okay. That's fine. I don't think he'll care much. It's okay. I don't think he'll care too much. Great. I don't know how much instant noodles heal. I don't know what dog residue is. Do we want to test out the dog residue? Do we want to risk that? I don't know. Oh wait, I'm supposed to hit these. Oh damn it. I forgot I had to hit those. Okay. This one's not hard. I just have to concentrate. Okay, nice. Do more posing. Nice camera bombs. Okay. And there's gonna be another bomb one. And it's gonna be harder than the previous one. Oh, damn it. Damn it. It's okay. It's fine. We're at 16 HP. That's good enough for me. Those. How about another hard? This one is hard. Okay. Okay, we have progress. We have progress. We have progress. Oh my gosh. Ah. Oh my gosh. I died. I died. I didn't realize it was happening. It's fine. It's fine. That was a better run. That was a better run than the previous runs. I'll take it. I'll take it. Let's skip that. Okay. Let's skip this. Nice, nice, nice. And I'm either gonna stop at this one or the next one, depending on how it goes, I guess. Either this one or the next one. We'll see. We'll see. You're impressively patient. Am I? I don't know. Am I? Am I? Okay. Let's hit the ones on this side and then I can dodge these. Boom. More posing. I would keep going, honestly, like if it was earlier on in the day, but it's late. I am tired. So it's not that I don't want to keep playing, it's that I should not be playing, you know? Oh, slay, I did that. Nice. And then I proceeded to get hit. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, okay. This time I'm gonna write your name right. Meta. Right. This time I got it right. Okay. Okay, this one's the heart-to-heart one. The hard one. Oh god. Oh. I'm dying a little bit. That's... Okay, okay. Nice scream. Have a nice scream. Oh. I'm good. I'm good. Okay. 10 HP. I don't think any of the stuff that I can eat is gonna help and not overflow, so let's risk it. Let's risk it. Okay, okay, I'm good on this one. I'm good at this one. Okay. I got this one. Okay. I still gotta eat something. I don't know how much instant noodles help. I don't know what dog residue is. I don't know if I want to risk the dog residue. So let's just keep doing the poses. See how this goes. Okay. This one's a bit hard. This one... Okay. Okay. Oh! Oh! I don't remember what we have after this one. Oh, break. Okay, good. Break is good. Break is good. Wait, why can I not? Okay, I want to try instant noodles. What? It's boiling? You place the noodles into the pot. 4 minutes left until the noodles are finished. 3 minutes left until the noodles are finished. 2 minutes left until the noodles are finished. 1 minute left until the noodles are finished. The noodles are finished. They don't taste very good. He has a flavor packet. That's better. Not great, but better. I mean, sure. Why not? Why not? Sure. Oh, I'm missing. Oh, please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Okay. Okay. I can't eat anything else. I could try eating dog residue, but I don't think that's a good idea. I don't know what we have after this. Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay, eat the glam burger. Eat the glam burger. Okay, nice, I didn't get hit. What? Oh. That wasn't great. That one wasn't. You really want humanity to perish? Or do you just believe in yourself that much? Oh gosh, I'm dying. Eat the hot dog. I hope I didn't eat an actual dog. It's either me or you. I think we both already know who's going to win. Witness the true power of humanity's star. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh! I mean, I'm dying, but can't really do anything about that. Are you the star? Can you really protect humanity? Oh god. Huh. Please don't die. You're so close. Please don't die. Please. Please. Freddy. Freddy, you got this. Freddy. 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 Oh my gosh. Freddy. Freddy, please. None of these are healing stuff, right? I mean, I can try to dog residue, but... Let's try. It's worth a shot. The rest of your inventory filled with dog residue? Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh, oh. Yeah, there we go. Alright, everyone. Should I try one last time? Or should I call it quits for today? What are we thinking? One last time? Or are we done for today? You were super close. Yeah, I feel like it. That's why I don't know if I wanna stop right now or try one last time. One last time? Okay. Let's try. Let's try one last time. Welcome, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Alright, let's try one last time. I'm very tired. I'm very sleepy. That's okay. Let's try one last time. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you so much. This is it, I feel. You think so? You think so? We'll see. Oh wait, my hand isn't on Z. Okay. Oh my gosh. Haha, no. Yeah, I can't do this leg stuff. The leg stuff, not for me. The leg stuff was not made for me to be good at. Okay. I can do most of the stuff, I think. I just can't do anything that requires legs. Such as this. Okay, nice. 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 Okay. Pose. Pose. Please do it this time. Okay. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Pose again? Time for the pop quiz. Okay. Yeah. My answer is Mettaton. Pose again? Okay, heart to heart. Yeah. Oh, I'm getting hit. Oh, don't get hit. Don't get hit. You're gonna die if you get hit. Go eat the ice cream. Okay. Nice. Back to full health. Nice. I can do this one. This one's easy. Okay. This one's also the easy one. I don't remember what oh, it's this one. The slow one isn't too bad, but the fast one for this is really hard. I get hit on this one every single time. I didn't get hit this time! Nice! Nice! I didn't get hit this time. Okay, great. I did not get hit this time around. Okay. I don't remember what we have here. Oh, another heart to heart? Okay. Come on. I'm missing so bad. Oh my gosh. Oh, I got hit. Okay, nice. I feel like this is a good time for noodles. Get some instant noodles. It takes a while. It's okay. We got the time. We We have the time for the noodles. It's okay. We can wait for our noodles. It's good. It's okay. Jack, no, don't say clutch. Last time you said that, Jay lost. Don't. Wait, was it Jay? Was it Ryuta? I don't remember. It had the opposite effect on someone though, so don't jinx it. Please. Okay. Doing good so far? Yeah. If I can continue like this, I think we can make it. Otherwise, we might have some issues. Oh my gosh. Okay, this one's also kind of hard. Okay. Didn't get hit. Didn't get hit. It was EJ? Yeah, I don't want to look through that. Okay, nice. Nice. I don't remember what we have here. Oh, it's this. Oh my god. Oh, that's not great. Should I eat anything? Honestly, I don't know. Okay. Do I eat the glam burger or hot dog? Or do I just stick it through? I don't remember what we have after this one. Depends on what it was. I don't remember. I don't want to waste them, but hot dog? Okay. Okay. I don't remember what this is. Oh, it's this. I could have... Oh. Okay, maybe not. Oh yeah, I'm starting to get distracted. Uh-oh. Okay, another heart-to-heart with you? Is that what this one is? Oh, I did that one on accident, by the way? I was not looking. I'm dying again? Not great. Not great. Not great. I'm dying. Just hope I hit him. Oh my gosh. 2 HP. 2 HP. Not happening. Not happening. Oh my gosh. Okay, 3 HP. 2 HP and a dream. Exactly. Exactly. Oh? Wait. Wait. Hold up. One lucky viewer will have the chance to talk to me before I leave the underground forever. Let's see who calls in first. Hi, you're on TV. What do you have to say on this, our last show? Oh. Hi, Metaton. I really like watching your show. My life is pretty boring, but seeing you on the screen brought excitement to my life. Vicariously. Can't tell, but I guess this is the last episode. I'll miss you, Metaton. Oh, I didn't mean to talk so long. No, wait! They already hung up. I'll take another caller. Mettaton, your show made us so happy. Mettaton, I don't know what to watch without you. Mettaton, there's a Mettaton-shaped hole in the Mettaton-shaped heart. I did it! Did I do it? I did it? Oh my gosh. Please tell me I did it. I see. Everyone, thank you so much. Darling, perhaps it might be better if I stay here for a while. Humans already have stars and idols, but monsters, they only have me. If I left the underground to lose its spark, I'd leave any aching void that never be filled. So I think I'll have to delay my big debut. Besides, you've proven to be very strong. Perhaps even strong enough to get past Asgore. I'm sure you'll be able to protect humanity. It's all for the best anyway. The truth is, this form's energy consumption is inefficient. In a few moments, I'll run out of battery power and, well, I'll be alright. Knock 'em dead, darling. And everyone, thank you. You've been a great audience. I did it! Oh my gosh, I did it. I can't. Oh, I did. Who are you? Hi. Who are you? Hello. You're the best at this game. I don't know. That took me a while. I think that took me like, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes? What do you mean? Who's this person in front of me? That's Mettaton? Really? I managed to open the lock. Are you two? Oh my god. Mettaton. Oh, that is Mettaton. The Master Undertale player? I don't think so, but thank you. You just fought Mettaton. What do you? I mean, he wasn't in color. Like I didn't see him in color before. He's pretty. I like him. Oh, I think he shut down. Thank God, it's just the batteries. Mettaton, if you were gone, I would have. I mean, hey, it's no problem, you know? He's just a robot. If you mess it up, I could always just build another. Why don't you go on ahead? Go on ahead this way or that way? This way? No, I'm not allowed to go that way. Can I talk to you? I just need a moment. Okay. You ripped off his limbs. I didn't want to. The game forced me to. That was not something I did on my own. Oh, hello. Sorry about that. Let's keep going. Okay. Well, yeah, but I didn't want to. So you're going to meet Asgore, huh? You must be pretty excited about all that, huh? Not really. Not really. You'll finally get to go home. Am I still trying to go home? Didn't I refuse to go home? Did I miss something? Wasn't Toria like, okay, you're free to go home if you want to. You beat me. And I was like, you know what? No. I'm gonna stay with you. Wait. I mean, I was just going to say goodbye and can't take this anymore. I lied to you. A human soul isn't strong enough to cross the barrier alone. It takes at least a human soul and a monster soul. If you want to go home, you'll have to take a soul. You'll have to kill Asgore. Nah, I'll be fine. I've got a mom here. I've got friends. You're on this journey to pass the barrier, but Toriel, like, when you fight Toriel, isn't she like, okay, I give up, you can leave if you want, and then you just don't leave? Like, if I wanted to leave so bad, I would have just left through the door. Why am I risking my life? Isn't that how the game started? Isn't that how the Toriel fight ended? Also, what happened to Flowey? Flowey showed up for like 2 seconds, and then they just disappeared for the rest of the game. Okay, what do we have on oh. Okay. That's a little concerning. Where am I going? Where am I going? I can't move. Huh. Oh, we made it to the checkpoint. Poor end. Castle elevator. I think we're really close to finishing the game. Oh my gosh. We're gonna end off here for today though. So let me switch over to my talking screen. Fearlessly go on your adventure and you're adventurous to cross the barrier and go home. I mean, I could have just left through the door. That's so stupid. Thank you, Jack. Thank you everyone for coming by. I had a lot of fun. I'm glad we were able to beat Mettaton today. I'm glad I was able to pass that. I'm assuming we have Asgore next, but maybe there's somebody else in between. I don't know. We'll see. You did that shit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jay. Thank you so much, Shroom. Let me see if there's anybody live that we can raid. Oh, Ellie is live. Ellie is playing Little Nightmares. That's a horror game. Let's go there. Let's go raid Ellie. Where is Ellie? There's Ellie. Start raid. There we go. Master Undertale player Mimi. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Also, we have raid messages if anybody wants to use them, but I might change them in the future. We'll see. We have like a sub version and a follower version if anybody wants to use them. I don't know if those are the final ones or if I'll change them in the future, but yeah. Thank you for coming today, everybody. I had a lot of fun, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Same time as today for Stardew with Sailor. And now we're gonna raid off to Ellie for Little Nightmare. Bye bye, everyone!